We are go.
Okay, mic check. One, two, three. If we could do a quick mic check, somebody in the Discord VC.
Er,
Perfect. And the
Air.
bitrate starts to drop. Yay! Goody! Right on cue.
Streamer
Fantastic.
problems. Yay.
Everything is broken!
Oh, fine. I'll stream as well.
Alright, alright. Alright. So, welcome in, everybody. Good to see you
Everything
here.
is borked.
Everything is borked. Alright.
We have some interesting topics today.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's been a while. Quick introductions. This is, and I believe we might also have some new faces that have come in to join us for chat today. So, quick introduction of what the heck this is. This is Writer's Room Ruckus. Probably kind of sounds a little bit like some kind of, it probably sounds a little bit like the title of a TV drama, perhaps. But basically, all three of us, well, four of us in this case, all four of us are writers, and basically, we just talk about anything to do with writing, anything that tickles our fancy in that regard. And yeah, sometimes we kind of dig in. I guess we sort of, yeah, we definitely did this in the first episode, but basically, if we've got like a particular topic that we want to cover, we'll cover it. And I am on a regular basis here, joined by my good friends. I'm just Steffen to my VTuber avatar's right, and to my VTuber
Ahoy,
avatar's
hoy.
left, the wonderful Slyfer Yuki. And today we are joined by a special guest. You know him in the YouTube chat as Hey Zuijin, but he goes by a different name on Twitch. He is the Necromancer himself. He is Confession Code Gaming.
Lovely to be here. Lovely to meet you all. Glad to be a part of this. This is my first time joining the Writers Room Ruckus. I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, we've been looking forward to it for a while. I kind of held off on it because I thought I think everybody's schedule was a little bit jacked this month. So
Yeah, no, there was definitely a lot of stuff going on.
Sure.
Oh,
Just this month. That was the only problem.
Stefan in particular, Stefan, you've had it rough considering the fact that well, I don't know if I should divulge much about your workplace, obviously, but like, let's just say he works.
Back concerts.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say. Let's just say he works somewhere that it's like back to back. So yeah,
man was busy.
uh-huh. So I guess if do a quick. I don't know if we should do a quick run through of like quick introductions and anything of the sort. If you
I'm
want to.
fine doing that.
Okay.
Well,
I can start if everyone wants to. Hi everyone, I'm Confession Code Gaming. I am somebody else's here's writing experiences like completely, but for myself, I have collaborated on a short story in the past with the award-winning British author Adrian Tarkovsky, and you can find that up on his blog for Shadows of the App under the name The Violent Stranger. If you go looking for it, you can find it on Google. You will not find it on Bing. I've discovered that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm an aspiring VTuber. Haru Mochizuki is one of my good friends. I aspire to be as cool as he is one day.
Ah, come on. You're too kind. uh, awesome, though. Thank you so much for being here, and also looking very much forward to the VTuber model. I may have spoiled a little bit of it, but call him the Necromancer.
And if you follow my Twitter, which I hope you don't because it is an awful mess, but if you follow me there, you will see obviously the design.
Hey yo, I thought that Twitter unto itself was an awful mess, so
No, my whole entire timeline is just it's drama, tuber titties, dinosaurs, and video games, and then it cycles back around, and then it just cycles back around in on itself. So it's just a constant nightmare. Never ending.
That works. It's good stuff though. VTuber culture in a nutshell is something along those lines. I mean,
Maybe minus the dinosaurs.
well, for some people it's dinosaurs. For other people, it's you know,
their interests, their hobbies.
yeah, just whatever their specific hobby is. But you usually end up including VTuber titties and
drama in games.
Unfortunately, because VTuber drama is always a thing.
It's not even just VTuber drama. I create my own drama. Nobody likes me on Twitter.
Well, you know what?
Except for the few that do.
Here. I'm not actually screen sharing anything of my browser, but here. Oh, I'm already following. Okay, that helps. I was gonna say, if I haven't followed already, I'm gonna give you a follow on Twitter. Hopefully,
you have followed me. You're there.
Hopefully,
I hope you don't look at it. I hope you don't look too closely at it. It'll spare you some brain cells.
Well, hopefully, following you on Twitter and hopefully being there brightens your day a little bit, especially on bad days.
I like having you there, man. It always helps to know that I have friends who tolerate me.
Anyway,
hey, we're all here trying to do a good thing.
Right. Slyfer, I don't think I could have said it better myself, honestly.
Casual stream ad, so yes, welcome in, and we're joined with Haru, Slyfer, and do you go by confession code or?
You can call me any variation on confession code. Confession code. Some people call me CCG. This is my full thing on Twitch is ConfessionCodeGaming. Whatever works best for you, whatever rolls easiest off the tongue.
Bro,
I answer to pretty much anything.
Bro,
we just did introductions, but once again, welcome to Writer's Room Ruckus, where we all attempt to do something related to writing.
I know. Well, speaking of attempt to do, I'm gonna trail it off again. When you said CCG, for some reason I instantly thought of CC DeVille from Poison. God. I've always got 80s music on the brain. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's part of your charm.
But yeah, welcome in everybody. Let me check chat real quick. I see Alone King 10. Welcome in. Writer's Room Ruckus episode 2. So I suppose we could do quick introductions to Slyfer and Steffen, since, like I said, I think we've got a few new faces here that have never seen. Well, okay, that's a little bit disingenuous, but I don't know if everybody that's present in the server or in stream chat these days has seen Writer's Room. Bleh. I thought this rolled off the tongue. Writer's Room Ruckus episode 1. I thought this rolled off the tongue before.
Well, I'm sure that first episode will be there for many moons.
True.
I will return. I would definitely love to be a recurring guest.
Hey, eventually I hope to be able to include, because, okay, I'm not gonna name names, but there are a lot of people that I know from Kio's cohorts Discord server, Stray's Discord server, Stray's Catgirl Cafe as it's currently called, and several others that are all writers or have worked in writing fields to some degree. I think there are like
awesome
3 of them from Kio's cohorts that I know. I know one off the top of my head. I don't know if he wants me to address him directly, but he's not a VTuber, but he has done some content creation.
That's good.
He's a writer for sure. I've seen his work, and damn, like when I see you guys' work, including his, I think to myself, wow, I need to up my game a little bit. But
have I ever shown you my work? I'm not sure if I have, actually.
Don't think so, but what I will say, though, eventually I want to get like a bunch of people in for one big episode of Writer's Room Ruckus and just chat about the stuff, or hell yeah.
I will say I have not properly written in a long time. It has been quite a while.
That's fine.
Here, be right back. I have to go grab something real quick.
Oh.
Okay.
That's what I. Hey, it's Bonesaw.
Bonesaw. Welcome in, Bonesaw. Good to see you in here. Confession, if you want to take the mic on this one, since Bonesaw is a closer friend to you, you've known him longer than I have.
Bonesaw, this is the Writers Room Ruckus, hosted by my friend Haru Mochizuki here.
Hello,
It is a collection of VTuber and VTuber adjacent people who are all skilled in some manner of writing. Oh, Sun Ninja, glad you could join.
Hey, yo.
And, we're going to talk about just writing, the writing industry, and we're going to write some shit in general.
Hell yeah.
I've not written in a very long time. I'm looking forward to this. It's good to flex the creative muscles again. So I'm glad you guys could show up.
Welcome in, everybody.
Hey.
I
might be stinky, but you're a cutie, Bonesaw.
You know, someone came in to my place on Twitch and said Chew was stinky. I was like, well, I'm fairly certain I took a shower that day, so.
Not showered yet, but it's only like noon, so I've barely been up.
Give me a second.
Anyway, for basic introductions, well, unlike ConfessionCodeGaming, I'm a novice writer at it. I haven't really posted anything, just the short stories here and there, to and fro. But yeah, just me, Slyfer. Hi, how you doing?
You've also built out a Dragon Ball spin-off lore, which is pretty awesome.
I mean,
you never know what might get picked up.
That has nothing in compared to, like, you know, actual writers doing their thing. Like, the whole reason why I took it up my sophomore year, and why I have, like, let's just count about 50 books behind me, is mainly because I want to you know how to write more. But I have a thing on YouTube. My brain is now with me this morning. I have a thing over on Twitch. Well, YouTube is quiet. Twitch is chaotic. I don't know which one you want. But follow this man. Follow Haru. Yeah, follow him. I'm just in the background, you know.
Oh, come on, you're too
It's not
kind.
like I'm twiddling my fingers.
Come on, you're too kind.
My fingers at all.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, a vast majority of my writing is lost to time because it was all done on a role-playing website I since got banned on because I did not play well with the premium customers.
Yikes.
Wait a minute.
So as far as being a novice goes, that's pretty much where my entire career kind of started, just with world building and writing and learning from other people and getting better with time. So everyone begins their journey in a different place. You know, I don't think that calling yourself a novice is necessarily the correct thing. You are beginning your journey. You are in the process of your journey. Whatever that looks like for you is going to be different for me. It's going to be different for Haru. Going to be different for what was it your name? Slyfer? You're Slyfer. You are.
Yep. I'm from the Slyfer Red dorm.
And also, I think I could say the same for Steffen as well.
Steffen. There we go. And my first time properly talking to you all. It's going to take me a little while to get names and avatars mixed up.
Yeah, it's okay. Remember, Slyfer is the one in the red, white, black with.
Slyfer is red. Slyfer Steffen. As long as I can get two names figured out, I've obviously got you.
Also, Steffen's a wolf boy, and ironically, we haven't actually tussled at all. You know, cats and dogs don't get along. We haven't actually tussled, so.
True.
Hold on. If anyone,
it might be the rock and roll though. Maybe wolves don't like to be too near humanity, too near loud noises, cars. I would assume some awesome '80s music might be a little too much for his poor wolf boy ears.
Bro, I wish I could bring out my guitar.
On the other hand, I'm completely fair game. I am going to hide in a little corner up here.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. Also, I wish that I had organized the stream display a little bit better before I started, but
No,
Perfectly fine.
it's fine. It's fine. I all
It
see
looks
us
good.
somewhere. I see us somewhere down the road, you know, emitting secrets in dark volitions, and over to and fro, I see us just in a small, still little Hubble corner because all we can't seem to get out of is a closet. But it's okay.
I mean, true. True.
I mean, and
I mean, that said, I am a necromancer. I am full of dark and evil designs.
Yes.
cue
I'm
spooky scary
totally
skeleton.
not going to take over the world and have
Sorry
it in the
about
dark.
that.
Hey, welcome back,
People
Steph.
have to do things.
Welcome back, Steph.
Welcome back.
Steffen. Real quick, Steffen, if you wanted to do a quick introduction for anyone who's new here to chat, Ninja Gamer, it's fine. Okay. I just seen Bonesaw. Cool. I swear,
He must have caught up to the point where I called him cute. Get cutie, that's what you get.
Listen, if any art of Bonesaw is accurate, it's agreeable. So.
I mean, you saw Bonesaw in the one art of.
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, welcome in, everybody. Whether
talking the dirty around here.
No, not necessarily. It's just talking about a piece of art that was shown in the Not Safe for Work channel, but that was not in my server. Moving on.
Here.
I was not in Harvey's server.
Oh, wait. Speaking of art, Haru, I'm gonna share. So, real quick, just before we start, some things I need to address.
Ayo.
One, I did a thing in drawing stuff. I wonder, is it this file? I think you've seen that, so technically I don't need to show that. But then again, Steffen and Confession hasn't seen it, so check your Discord real quick.
Yo.
Because talking about art is another piece of storytelling. It's a means to express. And I have drawn this piece some times ago. Steffen, Confession.
That looks really good. I like that. I might have to have you draw something for me at some point.
I feel I need to show this on stream because this message attracted ninja.
I don't mind you showing. I like. See, the thing is with that particular piece, it was around the time where I was heavily, like, just from it in and out. I couldn't really stay focused on it for a period of time. I always like back away, had to do something else, come back to it, and try to finish up piece by piece. Talking with another fellow artist, he pointed out a lot of good things I'm good with, but only 2 things I'm particularly bad with. So gotta work on that. I also followed along a tutorial, and I did that.
It looks awesome though. Like, damn.
Looks good.
I do
like it.
Okay, let me see if I. Also, the eyes.
The eyes are gorgeous.
Damn.
I like that. See, that is something that I always struggle with: hands and eyes. I do not think you could find worst hand art outside of AI other than me. Absolutely atrocious.
See, I want to get to a point where, with my drawing, right? You see my avatar. My avatar here, my picture that's reacting to me. That was done in Fatal Bullet. Fatal Bullet's character creator has a thing where I can make anything pop real nice.
But that is very nice. And actually, Fatal Bullet, nice choice of game. One of the few pieces of SAO media that I actually enjoy. Specifically because I'm not forced to play Kirito or deal with Kirito in this.
Yeah, no, that's
Kirito.
That's like one of the main issues with the games. But with this one here, Licorice is another one. You should see some of the characters I made on Licorice. But
I definitely would enjoy that. Killshot.
Welcome in, Killshot. Good to see you.
Yo, Killshot. But no, Fatal Bullet has it to. I love that particular art style. I mean, I love anime art in general, whether it be off-brand or not. But the thing is,
hate Kirito.
Well, no, I respect Kirito. I don't hate him per se.
Here's the thing: I liked him in the first season. I did not enjoy him in anything after that because he just became this generic, cooler than everyone, bland as hell. It's still somehow bland, like parent protagonist. I liked it when he had this sort of more interesting, nuanced sort of personality where he was traumatized, he was afraid, he was dealing with the emotions and things of losing people and forming relationships. I thought that made him interesting. Then it just become I get all the bitches.
Well,
and he became every anime MC ever. It was such a just like no, go back to being actually cool.
Well, here's the thing. It's an interesting plot point that we open up with drawing and talking about some story details within SAO, and I'm sure the whole biggest bulk of this is going to get into our little story pieces. But with SAO in general, yes, I agree. Kirito, like, he fell off kind of a little ways, but that's out of adaptation. I think back. I think back.
I have not read the manga or any of the. If there was light novels, I've not read any of those, so I can't speak on those. I'm just speaking what I've seen of the anime.
I basically have an idea of him from the games, and I have seen the anime a majority of. And
in the games, I think I like him in Fatal Bullet.
Yeah,
he still kind of got that weird, sort of overpowered but still somehow bland problem. But his interactions with you, the main character, is a little more interesting. His interactions with the world and other characters is a little more interesting. I like him a bit better on that, but he still suffers from some of the tropes that just kind of naturally formed around him.
Well, it's not just the tropes that naturally formed around him, but it's the character he is, right? Out of SAO, going into Alfheim, and then going into Gungale, he tried to do a massive reset on himself. And I'm sure the writer, like, tried to look back and is like, okay, Kirito's had all these different things happen to his life, so naturally he's just wanting to be...
move on and do stuff. But here's the thing, it's gone in a direction where they're still trying to make him this cool, badass, dark character. He's lost all of that personality and progression. Like, the reset did not help him, and actually set him back just being boring. Like, they set him back, like, whatever he was before SAO is what he is now. Like, he's just a boring, overpowered, all the girls main character. And that is somehow worse than having the sort of, like, him having to deal with the trauma and process it actively versus just like, it's gone, it's done, this never happened to me, I'm just going to be cool and get a new girl every season.
Well, the thing is, it's not like it could ever escape him, and it can't escape everyone either.
Yeah, no, that was obviously like a huge traumatic incident in the world of SAO. The thing is, that isn't necessarily reflected all the time in the way that the character was written and in the way that I feel like he should be.
Oh yeah, no.
I definitely can respect what the author was trying to do, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of the charm of that first bit of SAO was the darker, edgier, traumatic elements, and just dumbing it down to this more generic guy, bland-looking guy, self-insert character, gets all the women and is good at everything. That does a disservice to, I think, the original idea of SAO. Well, and to be fair, it's not like necessarily an original idea, but like the core concept of it, I think, was really compelling. And without that, it loses a lot of that. And I will say that they've done a bit. They brought a little bit back with it. Thinking that last season, I don't remember which one it was. It had the blonde Kirito, where they're all like AI.
Yeah. No, I know who you talk about. Okay, so if I could go on a bit of a tangent and a rant here, though I agree with some of the main points you talk about, what I just want to address that with each and every iteration, it was Alicization and World of the Underworld. I can't get Alicization like properly said without doing it twice over. Like Jobless Reincarnation. Jobless Reincarnation is an entirely different beast because it plays on that like isekai.
It plays on those tropes and twists them. Yeah.
I was
a subversion.
I was just about to
Right.
say though, like I think Oriflan said Oriflan. Also, okay, I've got 7 people viewing. Okay, I had 7, but now it's down to 6. But that's okay. I had like 7 people watching at the same time. Welcome in, guys. First of all, holy cow, that's a lot of people watching. Second of all, I think Oriflan said it best earlier about the whole Kirito thing. He said like cookie cutter, as in like after a while he got close to like every other kind of generic, not really generic, but quote unquote generic isekai type after a while.
The thing I want to try and address here is, yeah, Kirito looks bland. He doesn't have that like sort of like cool essence to him like he used to. But I'm
His
thinking of the broader.
personality too. It's his personality too. He's very like
He's trying to be.
edgy.
Well, I don't think it's edgy.
It's a bit
more
that.
like.
It's
Well,
like he still has that kind of like, oh, I'm so dark and I'm so good at everything, and I'm so sad about this thing that happened. You know, it's like
it's not that he's sad about it. He can't let that go. That's the
it's
thing.
understandable. A lot of people died,
And
but the way that they write it is just very.
well,
It's
see,
like what a middle schooler thinks is cool. It's like middle schooler depression. Right? And to be fair, he's a kid.
I mean, being a
Probably
power
wasn't.
fantasy is not
Yeah.
too far off. But what I'm just trying
But
to say is,
there's a power fantasy like being Kratos, and then there's a power fantasy like being Kirito.
We'll try and steer back to the.
Let's get back to our topic on hand. We've talked about SAO enough. I
alright,
will say
alright.
that I do like Alicization, and I like the Gun Gale alternative. I think those are 2 of my favorite of the more recent SAO related content. I obviously like Fatal Bullet as well.
I will. Embarrassingly, I think I don't know if Stefan, did you get your intro in earlier or?
If not, please,
I didn't.
someone give
Please.
Stefan a chance.
All right, let's
Please.
get
Sorry,
into
guys.
the writing prompt.
Well, before I was gonna save the writing prompt thing for towards, I guess, not really the end of the stream, but like a little bit later. I kind of wanted to open up with the topic of the topic of the day kind of thing. If that's okay with you guys.
Works for me.
It's fine with me.
So
Please let's not forget Stefan. Stefan, intro.
yeah.
Please, just your words. Please, Steffen. We're sorry. Please forgive us.
Forgive.
Well, my name is Steffen. I go by I'm just Steffen or Steph if you feel so inclined. I am something of a generalist, so I have my hands in every single skill that I can get my hands on. So one of those also includes writing, which is why the others in the stream at the moment are far more experienced than I am. I only sort of do what I think is right, and sometimes that ends up correct, and sometimes that doesn't. So one of the things that I hope to be using Writer's Room Ruckus for is just improving my general story flow and seeing what kind of lessons I can take from people who have actually done more works than I have.
Well, more works. It's just all about creativity. I mean, mainly, and I agree. Okay, I get it. Trying to just help with the creative flow. Well,
Sometimes that's all you need to do. Like a lot of my stuff nowadays is just world building, not for anything in particular, just pulling ideas out of my head and putting them into something and just trying to see how I can make everything fit. I think all writing, all creative writing is good. All of it gives you experience. All of it moves you a little further in your own path.
indeed,
You know,
indeed.
honestly
I guess,
agreed. I was just saying, honestly, like 100% agreed.
I guess then the term to open up here is what particular. Okay, so we mentioned at the beginning, or Haru mentioned that, Confession, you mentioned that you just do world building on the side, not for any particular reason, but just to, let it flow out. Yes, I have worked with a bunch of people in making a whole side Dragon Ball universe thing. Um, I guess in terms of the opening topic is just imagination. You want to just let it run through. Now, I'm not necessarily sure if this follows through with like any of the thoughts currently with us here, but imagination is what sorry, is what fuels basically the wider scope of a world that any one of us can, necessarily, because it's the same like drawing. If you draw a tree, then you drew that tree. There's a lot of aspects of how you can detail that tree, and that just comes on how you want that tree to look in your mind out on the piece of paper. So words onto the paper, wanting to make actions and scenarios just work with one another, that all comes from our big brain, not chronologically um, down bad by any of the outside world, what it brings, but giving it a piece that we're able to just
And
meld
that's,
with play.
I think, is a big thing. And I will say that the more experiences you have in life, the more you are able to pull from as far as your creative process goes. So definitely, I think that you're in a good place, Stefan. Because, like you said, you're a generalist. You have many different talents and skills, and I think that's important to have a wide variety of knowledge and talents because that informs things that you might be able to write about. Often, a lot of the things that I pull from are a lot of inspiration from my time when I lived in Singapore that I experienced and saw over there. I lived overseas for a couple of years, and so a lot of I would say the important years of my childhood, about 15 to, 15, 16, 17, 18 or so, was informed by a lot of what I experienced of this other culture. If I kind of just stayed in middle class white suburbia, I feel like my inspirations and the things that I would have been exposed to would have been a lot more limited, and my writing would be a lot more bland because of it. So I think that, again, going out and experiencing different things is important to the writing process.
Life experiences are a great thing to pull from, and it for me, it's I tend to sometimes like not pull from there, but it's interesting how more and more when you go to writing, when you go to bring the words to paper, it's often like you said, it's just the source we pull from. And I have to take that into consideration on my part because my what has happened to me before is because you living in Singapore, that's incredible. See, I've only been able to live in one suburb for 20 years. One suburb. I have not moved from the suburb.
That's not too far off from me either. I just got very, very fortunate that I got to see a couple different places in between living in that suburb for about 20 years.
Yeah. But I think we all have to take into consideration, because, Stefan, if you're saying that you're a jack of all trades, my guy, that is brilliant. It's probably also lonely, but it's very brilliant, okay? And what I want to say is that any of that could be a great experience in starting how to just write a few words, write a few pages, and thus forth. Me, I tend to just pull from some pieces of media I've seen already, um, and then I just try to I don't try to pull from my life in general, but I try to enact like scenarios in my head with like you know how would one react in that situation? How would I react? How would a friend of mine react to that? And just try to meld it from there. You know, so it's different, I guess. It's something I'm gonna have to think about more often, because yeah, no, in my brain, I don't remember many too good things. It's mainly bad stuff. Either stuff I've done, which I'm trying to work better at myself to be, and be better and not fall back to those ways, and or just childhood traumas. But
I would say that some of the childhood trauma that I've had in life does uh, translate into some of my work. I won't say exactly in what way, but there are definitely elements of it that bleed in.
Fair enough.
I think that as far as writing goes, sometimes it's good to use it as a vessel for dealing with things that are difficult for you to process in a constructive way normally. But I think that's a good thing as well.
Yeah.
To embrace both the positive and the negative life experiences that have made us who we are.
I concur, because
Mm-hmm.
I mean I can sit here, I can spiel everything. I a little slightly off tangent. My brain is starting to wake up, so please bear with me. Um, the fact that just able to identify how those areas can necessarily be used is I now my brain stopped working again. Please, someone else take over. My brain
Okay.
has started and stopped on me.
I feel like we've been dominating a lot of the conversation. Let's roll it over to Steffen and Homer for a bit. What do you guys have to say?
I mean, like, for me as a writer, it's a little bit hard to say about my own personal experiences, except for when I dig into the kind of slice of life or I guess romance genre of novels. But most of my zone, I've talked about this in Ruckus episode 1, but basically my zone is more like sci-fi and fantasy, so it's not quite as much based on experience as it is just based on stuff that I really, really grew up with. So in terms of the fantasy side of things, it was the Lord of the Rings and some Harry Potter, admittedly. And
Hey, that's not bad.
The biggest thing when it comes to sci-fi, though, it was like Star Wars, Transformers, Robotech / Macross, and when I finally got in, like, neck deep into anime, I discovered Gundam, and I was like, well, that's it. So I just went all in
Those
with
are not
sci-fi.
bad inspirations to pull from. All very, very good.
Yeah,
What would you say
definitely.
your inspirations were, Steffen?
My inspirations? Well,
As
that's
far as
the weird thing is that it's always just been pulled from my head.
Whatever tickles your fancy to
that's
write.
great too.
So that's why I'm trying to also gather more inspiration so that I can maybe branch out a bit.
Fair enough.
That's fine.
Always in short stories, though I've made several long stories, but they tend to be not well paced. So
That is something that comes up. I will say that in my experience, pacing is usually a very important thing to be mindful of. Another thing is also knowing when your story is running on for too long. That's a really hard thing that I've had to learn over the years. But less is more sometimes. Sometimes you got to learn how to cut things out, take ideas that you really like, and maybe just save them for something else, save them for a different project, maybe a sequel. Sometimes you gotta cut bits off, and that's really hard as a writer. It's something I still struggle with.
For me, it's
Just learning when to limit
and
myself.
that's why short stories have always been my strong point, is because I can say all I need to say in a fraction of the amount of space
That is true.
book would.
Also,
Some people, I will say, I have seen people tend to over fluff their stories, and that's another thing that I feel like it didn't have to be as long as it could have. I think sometimes people are maybe more suited towards certain lengths of stories, which is perfectly fine.
I think I've struggled from the having lengthy bits. My just a brief recap about how I gotten into writing was back in my sophomore year when I did a whole essay piece on Romeo and Juliet. We spent like three to 4 weeks about this piece of literature from Shakespeare, and that just got me into basically writing in general from sophomore years onward. And I think I have suffered from the idea of just like a little overdialed too much. I've even like kind of stressed over the fact that things get too bulky for me, especially when it's or too much, especially when I have this uninsatiable knack to basically explain things very, very detailed.
and
Detailed
that and that is
to the finest core.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I think you and I probably have a bit in common is I like to really go into the details on, and this is more of a world building thing, I suppose, but on the histories, the setting, the races, the characters, the motivations, all these little tiny things that don't really need to be in any story that I write. I feel like probably one thing that might help you is having a separate, ultra detailed section just separate from your actual story, and then kind of take all those things you have there, and then write your story, and then as things you can kind of parse out what's important to the narrative. What am I saying too much? Do I need to leave a little mystery? Is this breaking the flow of what I'm writing? There are things that you can do to still have all that detail because I think the detail is important. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the production of the first Alien movie. Anyone here know where I'm going with this?
Vaguely. It kind of escapes my mind because I only seen Alien like 2 times. But when I looked in some of the details, I'm like, okay.
So one of the things about the production before they even began writing, like actually shooting any of the story, is they had these character backgrounds that were very detailed about the life of the Nostromo crew. So there's all these things that are in the background, all these character dynamics, all of this history. There are reasons why the characters act the way that they do. You will never hear about or see in the movie at all. This is all just background fluff, but it was to inform the actors. They know exactly who their character is, where they're coming from, what their life was like before being on the ship. So all of this stuff, all of this extra just writing and world building and lore, it is completely divorced from the movie. You don't know, like other than the stuff that is outright stated in the movie or that you find through additional movie supplemental stuff. None of this ever comes up. In fact, I think one of the things that I really liked is none of the characters had an assigned gender until they cast the actors and actresses. That's why all of the character names are very androgynous. Like they could either be a male or female name. And then after, once they had things more figured out, then they started nailing in, what the gender was, things like that. But all of it was, again, very much like left enough wiggle room for what the characters could be that had all of these additional details about their life before the movie. And so that, I think, is really cool. It's the fact that there was all this other stuff that never even once comes up. Like, you don't know any of the history of Brett or Parker or Ash. There is an entire history of these people that is there. It's a part of the universe. We just don't see it outside of their interactions, the way they behave.
That is incredible. I would say, I don't know if anyone here kind of agrees with me on this, but it's like in terms of detailed stuff like that, and how I actually agree with most of that. What I've been finding myself doing is I have these like little journal books with me. I have this unusual knack of collecting just blank books, right? But the thing is, Mom, the thing is, anyway, the thing is with these blank books, my mind just starts to run off. Like I've started writing details about this Hogwarts story I wanted to do with four characters out of each one of the 4 houses, and break it down as if like each one of their particular books is nothing but like kind of like journal entries, and then they all at times when they all need to interact with one another, I write out a piece, and then it goes back to someone's thoughts in a journal entry, things like that. But that one is a little complicated because I have 4 separate books, each one of the 4 houses, and so it's like once an interaction is done in one sect, I move over to another book, and it's like they write down their response to that. That's an interesting thing.
That is a really interesting process. I actually really like that, and that I think is, I think I'd like try something like that myself. That is really cool.
Yeah.
I was actually going to say that's a little bit of the inverse of what J.K. Rowling does, because oftentimes, I don't know if you ever read the old books, oftentimes there would be like story, and then whenever someone had written a letter to someone, or there was a journal entry, you would actually have an entire section written in different font. Remember, the one I remember was Hagrid crying over.
Oh yeah.
I think it was either when he had to give up the dragon, or it was when they were going to kill Buckbeak. But there were even like fake tear stains at the portion that was written in his letter, and that was such a really nice touch. That is, despite the things J.K. Rowling has since decided to be and do, I really respect her as a creative writer. I think that her creativity is invaluable, if even her politics leave much to be desired.
I don't really care. I don't really. Here's the thing about Roland, and we'll probably try to bring it back down the center. See, this is why Writing Room Ruckus tends to just go everywhere, because we're talking about a creative center, and we identify things in just a writing perspective, but with J.K. Rowling, I respect her as a person. I do not, under any circumstance, judge her for whatever she's trying to do or whatever she has thought or done. The books in Harry Potter have been, like, I grew up with those books. I grew up with the films. I remember the first film
releasing. I grew up with them too.
I remember the first film coming out 2001 or 2, and
that first movie was really good.
Yeah, first one was really good. Chamber of Secrets is hands down my favorite.
I'm still not sure what my favorite is. I feel like I was really in love with
Prisoner of Azkaban.
I think that was my favorite.
I like.
Although book-wise, I really like the Goblet of Fire. He left a lot of the Goblet of Fire out in the movie. I thought was really interesting. I was like, oh, that's sad.
Well,
okay. Apparently, I need to revisit Goblet.
It's a big book compared to the first three.
Apparently, I need to revisit Goblet then, because I must be missing a lot.
Goblet had a lot of interesting world building. There was the whole thing with Rita Skeeter. I thought was interesting.
Rita Skeeter.
She was a very interesting part of that.
They gave more to like the monsters in the background. I mean, if you play the games, I've played all the games up until 6. I haven't played anything past that. But from like the first 3 games on PlayStation 2, right, or even the first 4, I
think I had the Prisoner of Azkaban game.
Yeah, I do too, actually. And they threw a lot of monsters in there that like kind of expanded that a bit. And yeah, Goblet of Fire had a lot going for it. It had the lake. It gave more to what the lake was. It gave more to the forest. It gave us dragons, which we only heard of in the first one, never seen till like the 4th one.
Another thing I really liked was the introduction of there being other schools.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
And that expanded the world.
I am
just beyond Hogwarts. There were other mages in other countries and other places, and that was such a neat thing to finally have that. Like, is this really the only wizard school? No, of course not. There's so many other ones out there.
Confession.
We got to see some of them.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. That is one thing that I really loved about. Obviously, I only got it through the movie because I had only picked up the first 3 books, to be honest. But thank you so much for bringing that up. That is one of the things where, like, world building can be, the kind of world building that gets snuck in to, especially when it comes to movies, like the movie version of something. I feel like that kind of detailed work can work at times to make it feel more alive. But like, if it's like what was done with Alien, too much that's never gonna get seen.
I like with Prometheus and stuff like that.
Okay.
Some other things. There are these like fishmen. There's a place. What is it called? Asai by the Sea, or the Red Sea. There's something. There's some interesting place where there's like a city in the far desert. So far that you could actually sail. It's actually you get there quicker sailing in the other direction rather than trying to cross.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really interesting little just tidbits in his world that are never fully fleshed out, that are used as just mysteries and legends and little things that are never going to have an explanation because they don't need to. Like, there are always going to be fairy tales and folk tales and things that just give your world life. I think that's important to the writing, is to have a few little things, little mysteries out there that they don't need to be explained.
What writer are we talking about? My brain got lost.
George R. R. Martin.
I do not know him.
He is the author of Game of Thrones. If you were familiar with that, how that show and how it took off, those were based on books. As I was saying, in his books, he has a lot of little things that he just throws in there, little throwaway things that have no explanation. To learn anything else about him in any of the books, and there are a lot of books.
And
then they're just there to give the world flavor and life.
And then we jump to the fact that doesn't it seem like the books still have fewer sales to them supposedly than the what are they called, the ratings and showings of the series itself on television? Like,
sure. Well, here's the thing: his books, there are a lot of books, and they are very, very big books.
He worked on Dark Souls.
The show is more easily the soul is more the show is more easily digestible for people. So I think a lot more people are going to be interested in watching the show because they can sit down for 30 minutes, an hour, binge watch a couple episodes, and then go do something else. But if you're going to sit down and read a book, you're going to be there for maybe an hour, maybe two. I used to spend my whole day reading books, so it's one of those things where it's a commitment. Some people are not necessarily interested in that. People don't want to have to commit. They just want to sit there and just take it in. But having to sit there and read and flip the page, go through the process, may not seem like much, but that mental thing of it being a process, something that you have to engage with, something you can just lay back and let happen. Those have an effect. So I'm not surprised that the book sales are a bit lower.
I think more importantly, when it comes to a show versus a book, right? The book always does have more. It's just because of what we see is how we address things. Oftentimes, this is where imagination tends to, like, sends us, right? I am reading Reincarnated Sword. 6th book in them right now. And I'm reading it and I'm picturing it. Yes, the anime is out, but honestly,
it's very different from what you picture versus what you see in the anime.
Yeah, because they have to at least try to come close to what the book's talking about. But my thing is, a lot of times, not many want to sit down and read. Not many want to. And I'm not saying everyone. I'm not saying everyone doesn't tend to read from occasion, but really trying to
read and process and understand.
Yeah, trying to basically, if you're wanting to make your own story bit, books tend to show more detail in how things are written than a show would. You know, a show shows interaction. It shows life, not life. It shows.
It shows the physical behavior and interactions between characters. It shows
exactly that's what
living world, but you don't see necessarily the inner workings. Like, you might know that there are political things going afoot, but maybe you don't see what's written in the letter that's written in the book. You don't see the characters' thoughts or the things that are going on in their mind. Like, you're only really seeing the actors can portray, what the clothes and the settings and the story in the show can portray. There are layers upon layers you can add into a book you cannot get in a show or a movie.
This is why storytelling is very important, because it draws back to how I was necessarily explaining it with the Hogwarts little story that I want to try and do. You see these minute details, you see the characters' thoughts. In a show, yes, you see how they react, but in the book, you see the workings of how they're thinking before they go and do that. A lot of times, even with movies and shows, they just cut to some important bits. They don't.
Or they will try to add some context to other things happening in the show.
Right.
You can infer from, but you don't necessarily get the person's state of mind.
Exactly. So it's normally half the time you need to get some state of mind into all that before the altercation, before the situation kind of like conveys. Um, and I feel like book reading in general is the way to go about it, because I have plenty of books back here that can fuel that. Confession, I'm sure you probably have a lot more than I do, and
Actually, I actually sold enough books to travel to another state one time. I had a much larger book collection than I do now.
Wow.
I literally took boxes out into the street, sold them for $2, $5, $10, whatever. To people,
I wish I was
and
there.
and I made enough money to pretty much fund a trip to Wisconsin. Did not enjoy it. I'm right back. I did get there.
Well, I have plenty of books here that we all tend to like I said, I have Reincarnated Sword, I have Ari Fruta. I have some books here. One is an interesting piece. It's Zodiac's Legacy. You guys ever heard about that one?
Okay, remind me again. Okay, wait a minute.
Let me take a look.
When you say Zodiac,
we're talking.
Assuming it's like the animals, the Zodiac Legacy.
Yeah, Taurus.
Okay.
We're talking Taurus the dragon.
By Stan Lee?
Yeah, Stan Lee and two other people. I had two of the books. The first book, when I read through it, it feels like it's just a written out comic book in a sense. It feels like it's a written out comic book, kind of like how the light novels are. And
interesting.
I kind of like the premise about it. It's basically about a boy who gets infused with the tiger zodiac, and is basically just generally recruited trying to fight the dragon zodiac and because the main villain is trying to accumulate all the power, and literally not worrying about the consequences of life being thrown upon thresholds, right? And the guy who has the tiger zodiac with a bunch of other people are trying to prevent lives being lost here, and in him trying to accumulate the power to evidently destroy the world or whatnot. And that's a unique piece. And tons of the different writings here I have, right, is basically how I want to use all that to fuel my story writing. It's how I come to explain a lot of things. Steffen, yeah. we've ruled this roost far too long. I am deeply apologize, good sir. We haven't heard one word about you. How do you feel about our discussions?
Hard to follow because I haven't been able to read many books recently.
I'm happy to give recommendations if you want.
Same.
Starting to acquire more books, but the problem is acquiring the time to read them now.
Granted.
Yeah.
One that I've recently picked up that looks interesting, though it is quite a thick boy, is it's a book called Sufficiently Advanced Magic.
I remember this. I remember this from Ruckus 1.
Oh, wow. Have I had it the entire time and not been able to read it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that shows how busy I am. But yes,
man.
I've been trying to take in a bit more inspiration, at least in the fantasy genre, though I've been also looking into noir.
And... I do like noir
style.
Actually, if you want a good fantasy noir blend, I've been getting a lot of D&D books lately. And Eberron is actually an entire setting that focuses on magic noir.
Huh.
Which is it's one of my big inspirations for a lot of the stuff that I try to write. I love the combination of genres, and I love just mismatching things that you don't necessarily think about fitting together in that way. So absolutely, fantasy and noir are fantastic, and I would love to see more stuff like that in the writing space.
Also, hello, Yin. I forgot to say hello when I saw you in chat because I was trying to focus my thought. But hello. Also, yes, fantasy noir stuff. That's interesting. A lot of another setting people tend to take somewhat inspiration from. At least I've known a few people that have done this. Steampunk. Steampunk's also a good one.
Steampunk is very popular, although I feel like it's done a bit overdone in the fantasy settings sometimes.
Yeah.
I
And then there's like the cyberpunk area, you know.
I like that as well. And actually, if you guys have ever looked into Shadowrun, that is a very interesting cyberpunk fantasy blend as well. I would highly recommend that TTRPG setting. It's really cool.
I will say for the record, the steampunk thing, I feel like it can be done pretty well. As long as you don't lean too far into the technology side of things and focus purely on the story. I think a good example of this is Airborne by Kenneth Oppel. It's a young adult novel. I don't know about the spelling. I think I think the word airborne is supposed to be spelled with an E at the end. This one omits the E. There's a reason for that to do with the story, but they don't lean too far into the steampunk aspect of it because it's purely takes place on a traveling airship. So there's not really a whole lot of the technology thing. It's purely focused on the adventure aspect. And
there was one I remember that I think is similar.
I feel like that's...
Keep going on, though. I gotta find it.
Really?
I feel like that's when steampunk can be done best. Ayo?
Thank you, Kay, for the raid with 12 viewers.
Yeah,
oh, welcome in, Kay.
Okay, let's go.
Why?
Kay.
Why are you here?
Okay.
Wow. All right. Well, welcome in, Kay, if you can hear me.
Plenty of better streamers out there.
Oh, I think I found it.
Oh,
so
man.
It is more of a biopunk and steampunk mix.
Ooh.
It's called Leviathan by Scott Westerfield.
Oh, if it's anything to do,
it's a sort of World War I themed story, and there are more or less you have the obviously you have the Germans, the Austro-Hungarians, sort of that side of the thing.
Okay.
They are a more technologically inclined people, very diesel punk, very steampunk.
You said it was Scott Westerfield?
Scott Westerfield.
Okay, I'm looking... Westerfeld, sorry. I'm looking this up right now. Okay. Oh.
I read this novel in, I think, high school-ish. I checked it out at the school library,
also,
and I absolutely adored this. This is, I think, one of the better young adult sort of steampunk books, but also has elements of biopunk as well. So, like I said, on the German side, you have more of the diesel punk, steampunk. On the other, you have more of this biological towards everything. Instead of airships, they have giant living flying whale things and octopuses, and it's weird. It's weird. It's so bizarre.
Slyfer.
Take that and put it into a kind of World War I.
Oh, that's my name. What's up?
You're hearing this. What do you think of? Because I heard the basically weaponized creatures, and I instantly think of the Titans in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I don't know.
Kind of like that. They sort of... Have you guys ever heard of a game called Gene Forge? This is one of my big inspirations in writing. So this is one of the reasons I really enjoy Leviathan as well.
Don't think I've heard of that one. Hang on. Let me get chat pulled back up. Why is this happening?
It's an old RPG by a pretty well-known indie company. Let me just find you...
If it's a really obvious indie studio name, I'm gonna be sat here looking.
Spiderweb Software. You might have heard of it.
Spiderweb.
They're pretty famous.
Oh.
They have a couple of series they're very well known for. One of which is it's called the Avernum series, and then they have a couple others. Gene Forge is my personal favorite. And then they have another one called Avedon and
Nethergate. I'm seeing from 1998.
There's a recent one. Queen's Command or something like that. Queen's Wish.
I may have to look into that.
It's really cheap. You can get the whole Gene Forge saga itself of the original 5 games. There is an updated version of the first one as well on Steam. Pretty cheap.
Okay.
Gene Forge.
Oh, sorry.
Gene Forge kind of runs with this concept that you have this sect of wizards who it's like a combination of like magic and bioengineering, and they create life. They create their own servants. They create different creatures and things for war, for tending the fields, for managing information, for locking doors, for unlocking doors. All of these just random biological just things that are grown with magic and just sort of raw like materials. And that's kind of what Leviathan, with the sort of biopunk stuff we do. These are living things that are grown, that are through bioengineering made to fill this purpose. And it's a really bizarre and interesting setting, especially this kind of sort of natural, life versus machine, industry versus bioengineering. It's a very interesting thing, especially with the backdrop of World War One. That was the kind of comparison I wanted to make here.
Okay.
Oh no.
In terms of weaponized like animals and stuff, my thought just immediately goes to Zoids. I don't know.
Zoids.
Why. Mainly. Yeah, Zoids mainly because like each one of those mechanized robots were like all animal based. They kind of like downplayed Zoids for the longest now, but anyhow, it's interesting. I don't often see that in like genres and books and stuff, so I may have to
very
take a look
niche.
at those games.
Biopunk is very niche. Yeah. You don't see it a lot, but it's something that I enjoy. I like the idea of that. I do a lot of my early life. I spent reading a lot of nonfiction, so I've always been very interested in things like animals, insects, fish, birds, plants, stuff like that. So that definitely leans my inclination of natural life. I've always been a big fan and supporter of zoos and aquariums, aviaries, botanical gardens, and such.
That's probably why I have the 2 books on Jurassic Park, actually.
The original 2, right? Jurassic Park and the Lost World.
Yeah, it's a collector's pack mainly because.
Nice.
So it's a big book. It has a specially done white cover on it with the famous T-Rex like symbol or T-Rex logo. And
I have that one, I think, as well.
I got it from Barnes & Noble not that long ago. And
that's good. I think I gave away a lot of my collection of Michael Crichton books. Big Michael Crichton fan, by the way. Always have been.
And I have a few more pieces back here, actually. I have the book on Dracula. My mom got the Beauty and Beast one that's on my shelf currently.
A lot of my books right now are in boxes. Let me see what I have. I might have a few interesting things to pull out here. If I could show it, I would.
Also, random.
Carry on. I will be back momentarily.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was okay. Had a little bit of an accident there. I ended up closing the YouTube tab. My bad.
Oh dear.
We're back though. It's still up. It's still up. It'd be like that. Anyway.
But I think just the main premise of what all this is trying to throw ideas together and see what we can just write out on the spot. I think if I go over to what Steffen's side of things.
Hey, don't be looking at me.
I'm gonna be looking at you. I'm gonna be looking at you. What do you got going on over here? What's all this?
All right, I'm back.
Okay, so this is actually oh my gosh.
I saw that.
That's 15. No, 16.
Wait, who? What the hell? What just happened? All right, I need to see this.
You can't initiate a hype train on your own.
So I
yes, he can.
Pulled from my relatively small collection.
No, you have to have at least 3 people to initiate a hype train.
Okay. Okay, Twitch won't even open for me, so screw it.
You want an example of a kind of variety of stuff that I read? I pulled a couple things off my shelf.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I've got Longitude by David Deva Sobel. This is nonfiction. It is actually about the discovery of longitude.
Really?
And kind of the conflict and the conflict. Because I don't know if you guys know this. We did not know longitude. And there was a reward offered. And there was 2 competing factions between astronomers and clockmakers. And the astronomers thought that by charting the stars and charting and understanding the universe and star maps and things, they would be able to accurately have a solution for the longitude problem. Because all we had was latitude. Now it's easy. Longitude was a lot more complicated.
You said clockmakers, right?
And clockmakers, and so
I can see where this is going.
The reason we have naval clocks. So the clockmakers, there was a bunch of them, and they tried finding different things. But oftentimes, you would have issues with condensation ruining the mechanisms, different temperatures going from hot to cold, shrinking the size of the metal or the wood or different things, and having to deal with different problems. Eventually, the clockmakers did win out. That is why you have various naval clocks and things that are specially designed to function on ships, and they are the ones who ultimately triumphed in the battle for discovering how to accurately measure longitude.
Oh,
so that is a little piece of my nonfiction set. As far as my fiction goes, I pulled out the complete paratime.
Now,
hey yo,
you really are.
What? Wait, what?
So this is a collection of stories by somebody called H. Beam Piper, and it is an obscure little science fiction series about a society that travels through time to different parallel worlds to deal with time crimes, in a sense. And it has a lot of very interesting sort of concepts and ideas, but the idea is that there are various sort of... Do you guys ever read... I forget which one it was. Timeline by Michael Crichton.
No, I have not read that one.
It dealt with a sort of similar thing, but the idea is that instead of time traveling backwards and forwards, time travel laterally to the side.
Oh,
and then the farther you go away from sort of your primary timeline, the more the more differentiation there is from your main timeline. As you move away from sort of the center, it kind of splits off, like one of those competition things. It branches out. So
right.
The further and further you go, there are going to be more and more deviations in the sort of world and the thing that you're setting. They have different classifications of what these different timelines and worlds are like, based upon how far they are, in terms of on the line away from sort of the prime line. So one of the recurring character is what's his name? Oh, it's the Paratime Police. I gotta try to think, because there's another side story about a character called Lord Calvin of Otherland, who's actually a cop, falls into a different time, like a modern day, 1950s, 60s, 80s, whatever cop. He ends up in this sort of very different society where people are very technologically unadvanced. So he kind of brings his knowledge, and the Paratime cops kind of have to deal with him. But the story mainly focuses on this guy called Tortha Karth.
This is quite amazing. My man knows just all the books he's read. I am absolutely.
I have read a lot.
By this.
I've read a lot.
Absolutely floored by this.
This is something I just picked out of a bargain bin at a used bookstore, and I am obviously 100% in love with it.
Okay, I need to go book shopping soon.
All but amazing stuff.
So this is definitely, as far as science fiction goes, this is probably something that I would like to. I have tried to lean into as far as taking inspiration from. It's a very interesting series, and it has a lot of things that I've seen used in other books and concepts that I find really intriguing. I've really found nothing quite like it. If you can find it, it's called The Complete Paratime. All the classic Paratime police stories in one volume by H. Beam Piper.
Mm.
And then last but not least, this is more of a game-related thing, but I have the Dunwall Archives from Dishonored. If any of you Dishonored, or the first Dishonored game.
I am familiar
with
this.
This is the book.
This is Slyfer's zone. This is definitely Slyfer's zone.
I'm a big Dishonored and Arcane fan. I am in love with Dishonored. I am in love with Prey. Not so much their last game. I don't exactly recall the name of it. It was the time travel, time loop one. What it was called. Um, they put out a book called the Dunwall Archives for the first game. I'm really sad they didn't do another one for Dishonored 2 and Dishonored Death of the Outsider. Essentially, it collects all of the various little notes you can find, all the little lore bits throughout the main game and the two DLCs about Dodd. And it compiled all of that into a single book with art from the game. So you've got like the wanted posters, you've got concept art of Delilah, you've got like the different advertisements for the elixirs, the whale meat, all these different, really interesting things that are very fascinating to go through. And
Absolutely.
And there's so much lore about the Dishonored world. It really is a fascinating read. Just to go through what was in the first game itself.
See, it's more like you know about Dishonored like I do about Skyrim and Fallout. And it's quite a curious node. It's the reason why I was trying to. I was actually the one trying to push the factory to be here with us and trying to have us like all talk with one another since the last writing rooms episode.
I appreciate that. I didn't know I had an advocate.
Well, it's more so of just like hearing literally from experience itself. My many nodes is, ever trying to learn something, go after those that done it. There's a lot of videos on this case. It's like, yeah, you can learn bits and pieces, but if you're not passionate about what you're talking about, you're not learning anything to how to, fuel you up or how to.
That is definitely a big thing.
Yourself.
If you don't love what you're doing, you're not going to get a lot out of it.
Bro.
That's something
that applies to so much in life.
It does.
It does because. Oh, I hate to cut you off there, Confesh, but one of the many things that I had tried and want to do with this whole bit is trying to expand on just how each one of us can improve on writing. I think that was like the main core concept of everyone here. Hello, Rocky.
Hello.
The real show.
Nani?
Here. So everyone, the person currently in the stream, Haru, I sent an invite to one of my friends. He is actually a former. Well, I say former now because we haven't been meaning to do it in a long while. But he is a former podcast host along with me.
Hey.
And
awesome.
We have done a thing.
I remember the name. I remember the name now. I think when I first came to your stream the first time, he was already in there.
Yeah. I will start again.
Yo.
But no, we were talking about animes and just like it kind of frustrated me a little bit because we'd only like watched the first 1 to 2, 3 episodes of an anime we saw and then talk about it. But that was like the narrowest rundown. But back on topic over here, writing is. All comes from imagination. The one thing we can do as writers is try to fuel one another. Past experiences benign. It's one of the many ways that we can try to grow to explain ourselves via ways of just literature. And this is kind of what I was looking for, necessarily. I'm not trying to steal the show or anything, but I'm wanting us to try to get much more detailed in how writing goes and how writing is to be. Or not writing is to be, but how we can fuel ourselves in our own writing. And like, good golly, my brain is very slow today because I literally came in here just kind of a bit raw dog. I had a little to no idea what I was gonna go on about.
It's fine. It's fine.
You said it. You said it in a nutshell, my friend. Like you said it clearly in a nutshell.
Can attest, I am perpetually based.
With there was a comment that Steffen I think was making earlier, had made earlier. I can't remember, because I've been trying to pay attention to what Convention's been talking about. Steffen, what was any thoughts on your side of things on what we can try to relevate or talk about right now?
I think it would be good to just talk about general flow. Like, how do you start with making a story?
Okay. General flow is definitely something that I think hinder us a lot of the time. It was briefly mentioned earlier how details tend to go all over the place, especially when, one's very minute for the details. Or not minute, but wrong just word, but big in the details, I'd say. And I think general flow is actually something I've struggled with as well, because things tend to like go for a bit and then I'd walk away and then I kind of lose all track of where I was trying to make things.
Is not uncommon. When I first wrote my short story, which I provided you guys over in the group chat in Discord, I actually what I would do is I would write a bunch of the story to myself. I had a library computer. I didn't really have a lot of time to focus on writing. So what I would do is I would volunteer. I would go to my local library, write a bunch of stuff, send it to myself in an email, and I would go home. I would take a little computer time I had then, because I think I was like still living with my parents, and I had to do stuff around the house, whatever. And so I would go back home. I would read over what I had done. I would go through and I would edit. I would tweak. I would look over what I had written. And then the next time I went out and did some volunteer work, I stopped at the library afterwards, I would write more. And so I probably spent a good 2 or 3 months just kind of skipping back and forth, maybe writing really once a week. And it was very janky, but I feel like having the time to sit back and process what I was writing, to have the little bits of moments where I could go back and edit and kind of look over things and really think about what I was writing, made the writing process a lot easier for me when I did have that time to actually sit there and just hash things out for a good hour or two.
Yeah, I think writer's block is something all writers suffer from. I mean,
I've been suffering for about 10 years. 10 plus years. I've not written anything since that short story, and there are some reasons for that, some personal ones I won't be getting into, but it's rough.
I mean, we all have some personal issues. I think it's a lot more confidence in us to admit, what kind of blocks us every now and again, and just private discussion among friends. That way we can kind of build one another up as
I can talk about it if you guys want to, but it's one of those things that maybe might be a little bit too heavy for
we don't need to do that here.
I mean,
I'm just saying, overall, this is a perfect spot for us to try to build ourselves up out of our blocks and that. I mean, thank you, Rocky, for saying you have some helping tools, and I'm sure we
by all means send it over.
Heck yeah, bro. Seriously.
I'll write to you guys what's been going on, but I think I'll keep it at a stream. This is something deeply personal.
I mean, if it's personal, then that's fine.
I'm fine sharing it with you guys because it's something that I do talk about sometimes, not necessarily to a broad audience, just more within people that I am comfortable speaking to on a personal level. So I would happily talk about it with you guys. Maybe not the entirety of YouTube though.
Yeah, no.
YouTube,
as touchy as YouTube is for the singlest of individuals, I don't think we need to go there.
Yeah, no.
It's actually helpful starter. Thank you, Rocky.
I'll let you guys know though.
All right. What I think we should now tend to come to break down as things kind of mellowed and everyone's had a good let's call it breakfast, is character. Let's talk a little bit about character placement.
Oh?
Character placement is something I think we all tend to we have a good idea scenario where we want to place them, but then it just completely turns on its head the moment it's they're in that scenario, and it just feels like it's an off placement for said character to be there, right? The reason why I bring this up is mainly in terms of sometimes short stories, or sometimes in just, you know, like if you're voice acting, or if you're doing things that are like of character development, whatever. Placement is kind of the main important thing, a little bit, because you want to have you want to have that moment to where everything works well with one another. So this, I think, kind of go along with Steffen's idea of flow, the idea of having a couple of characters interact with one another with the flow of the setting, making it more smooth out and not rough with edges. And I kind of say this in a sort of degree where a lot of times it's sometimes comes down to placement, where we kind of stop ourselves, because we have these like so many unique places for our character to be in that's not necessarily needed for the structure. And I believe that if we have a, you know, if we come about and talk about what that placing should be, our characters should probably fit better in. All right. So I like to like know the thoughts of others here in terms of this, because like what would be basically a starting.
I actually have an example for this one that I think is relevant. So, in the process of writing The Violet Stranger, I actually had a character in there that I had written in named Yarick. Is not in the final draft of the story. And part of that is because he was a bit superfluous. He did not need to be there. I had a hard time letting him go, but when I spoke with Mr. Adrian, because he would look at my drafts and he would approve things, disapprove things, make sure I was staying within the setting, because I was writing within his universe. He told me that, yeah, this character kind of doesn't need to be here. And I think that's a big thing. Is sometimes you will have a character in a certain place and you might be attached to them, but they kind of don't belong there. Like, they don't really serve a purpose, or they just don't fit. And sometimes you got to cut people out. We might have a really good idea for a character. I would love to bring Yarick back, actually, maybe in a future story.
I think in terms of, also, Rocky, thank you. He says, understand that AI isn't exactly the most helpful thing, but helping a person with creative block. But I know it's very helpful when you want to write something small. I mean, every tool helps. Every tool in the shed definitely helps in time and over time.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate that, but like, me personally, I don't feel the best about using like AI programs to help me with something along the lines of writing.
That's the thing. I feel like it is a tool.
It has its uses. Moderation. Yeah.
It's same with AIR. I feel that there are uses that in moderation that it has benefits, that it does not. It is not sufficient to replace just actually sitting there and writing. And I think actually one of the best things it has for us with writing prompts, having an AI writing prompter, it can give you ideas for things that might click in a way that you hadn't thought of before. I think that's a useful thing for AI.
Yeah.
Just being a more of a starter for getting the writing process going, like the spark, like a Flint and Tinder, right?
Yeah.
You just got to get the spark going. I think that's the real benefit for AI when it comes to writing. I definitely use that. Although I personally like to just talk to friends and people and kind of take a small idea that I already have and just lay it on them, and then we just kind of grow from there.
Admittedly, it's not as much getting started on something that I end up in writer's block. It's usually like around like a halfway or a quarter of the way point that I get stuck for a while.
That's definitely not an uncommon problem. Definitely in the middle of the story is usually where people tend to, like, here's the thing. You almost always have, as a writer, this is my experience from what I found, you always have a very clear idea of where you want to start and where you want to end. It's all the stuff in the middle.
Yeah,
that tends to be. It's all the stuff. It's all that of how you get there how you get from that start to that end that really a lot of people struggle with. I completely understand that. That is such a common writer's issue.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. Briefly, I just want to mention, I talked about it before, but in I have two kind of like fan fictions going when it comes to like say Fallout and Skyrim, right? Now, Haru, I believe I mentioned this in the last one.
Mm-hmm.
I fell out of my Skyrim tale because just all that stuff in the middle, I kind of just didn't know how to go about it. Plus, I kind of lost steam the moment I got into the sixth chapter of what I was doing. So it tends to because you oftentimes with writing, I've seen, especially with me, when you have a clear start, like you said, confession, it's that point after the fact when you get into the middle bits, when you get into those middle bits, you have so much on your mind. You're running and racing beyond a doubt of anywhere you want to go, and it doesn't come center. It does not come center. It doesn't come
And
where you want to direct.
that's definitely, this is where my advice will come through here. Take a step back. You are struggling with the middle of your story. Take a step back. Clear your mind of everything. Don't think about anything. Just clear it all out. And instead, focus on story beats, or rather things like the message of your story.
Yeah, the message.
What are the things you want the writer to get? What are the themes you want to impart upon them? What are the things that are important to you in this story? Create some very simple bullet points.
Oh yeah.
Things of cool things, like have a bullet point of cool things you want to have happen. Events that you think would be interesting. Or things that you feel like are important to you that you would like to express. And then just kind of figure out, okay. So, and that's usually the stuff that you would have sort of filling up the middle, is all that like important stuff. The set pieces, the more philosophical angles if you're going for something like that. Just kind of figure out, okay, when does this happen? Is this, and usually what I try to do is I usually put like maybe 2 or 3 things in the middle, things that I want to hit, story beats, events, and I try to pair things up and figure out, okay, what leads to what leads to what? Because here's the thing, you got to treat story writing like you're building a ladder.
Yeah.
You got the bottom rung, you got the top rung, then you have the ones in between. So those are the things where you want to build. You want to take your time, build them piece by piece. First the second rung, the third, then the fourth, then the fifth, then the sixth, so on and so forth, until you reach that final rung.
Yep.
Take your time. Writing is a marathon. It is not a race. Like I said, I spent over 3 months going back and forth between the library and my home, writing a bit here, and spending a bunch of time focusing on what I wrote, and then going back and writing again. Definitely do not ever feel pressured to write fast. I know that in the world of being a professional author, you have deadlines, you have dates, you have things that you have to be mindful of. But
I think in terms of, now that's an excellent point you bring up, because
take your time. There's no money on the table for this. There's no deadline other than the one you're setting for yourself. Take your time.
Yeah. And that's why I think most out of just those that have deadlines, think of people who have just been pressured on deadlines, and then the story doesn't come out the way they see it, you know.
Yeah, I see that all the time in manga, especially with things like Bleach. Like there's obviously things
Yes. Bleach is the main one that comes to my mind.
Well, Bleach benefits from having multimedia. You obviously have the anime, you have the additional novels that further flesh things out. But yeah, the actual manga itself, there's obviously a lot of things Tite Kubo did not have the time to implement as well as he wanted to.
Nah.
So, which is a shame because Bleach is such a great just setting. It really is.
It is. I even there was a point where long before I met any of you guys today, even back before I even met Rocky, there was I drew, I was a big fan of Bleach. I technically still am, and I drew like I drew, what was it, 12 Zanpakutos? Actually, no. It was a single Zanpakuto and like several other forms. Because
That's actually
I
pretty
was
cool.
that big of a fan. And um so there was the normal Senkai and Bonkai, but then I kind of pushed the step a little further, you know? And what if there was like, you know, an additional form to all
Something
that?
beyond Bankai, right? Or maybe
Yeah,
like a side grade. Kind of like how Mayuri will often mess with his Bankai and it does weird different things depending on what he does.
Yeah. And I came up with Tenkai and then Zenkai. Zenkai is like the alt form, you know? And then Tenkai, basically, for the two Zanpakutos I drew, it took two different forms. It either take one form and then a hardened form, or it would take more like a just a basic supple form, and then become armored or something, you know, in its like
Bankai is actually an interesting concept because I believe that's an actual Japanese word, isn't it?
uh
It
which one was
means Tenkai. It means development, evolution, progressing, expansion, and deployment.
yeah
That is very interesting. I like that. That is
and
good.
see, at that time I came across a tuber who was a fan of Bleach as well, and I actually did her some art one time, and I sent her even a little backdraft story of like her character with her Zanpakuto and my character teaming up with Ichigo in some side adventure, whatever. And it's just the
Your
idea
own
of
personal filler art.
yeah, and it's just the idea is like back then anything like that can fuel you in a sense of just how to how to do stuff. And
Yeah,
I
that's
think
actually. Sorry, continue. I'll bring
no
my
no
point in a bit.
no, I'm sorry. It's just my thoughts are long and enduring. Rocky should know if he's still in here.
I think he's still hanging
I'm
on.
very much the same way.
I don't want to steal the show from Haru and everything. I just
No, that's fine.
You brought in two very, very talky people. I love talking, so being able to converse with people is apologize.
I definitely like this too. It's definitely in terms of just because back then when I got in, I'm always lurking. Of course you are right. Um, Back then when just being fueled by the idea of Bleach and watching like say that Zanpakuto war, right? That happened in the anime. That was interesting to me. The idea of Zanpakutos rising up and fighting against, you know, the enemies and fighting against their
They
own
are
users.
in essence their own spiritual entities. So that was a very interesting concept. And actually, to kind of touch on a point, this is actually something I think we planned to talk about, but I don't think we've quite gotten to it because we've gotten very far off tangent for what we originally
very
planned.
far off.
But to kind of bring it to the story, as you guys have seen, I collaborated in my short story with another author, focusing on his world, and that was my start with really being a professional author. It's the only thing I've really done so far, but I've gotten other opportunities. People have reached out. I've just never really latched on to anything.
Yeah. And
sometimes being able to play in someone else's sandbox is good.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing because you already have an infrastructure of what the world is already.
How it functions, yes, exactly.
But I'm getting ready to take off and I'm going to try it. I'm going to try to drive the car.
Okay.
While I got the chance, and if I can't, then I'll have to pull back in and say, hey, Michelle, come get me.
I hate to cut this point off. You guys discuss for a second. I need to see my mom off. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No worries. Take care. All right, I guess I'll continue on with what I was going to say because this is actually something I think I did want to talk about. We did want to talk about before. It was my experience with getting into the sort of writing publishing industry in a professional sense.
Here we go.
I spent a lot of my time on Mr. Adrian's blog, just kind of interacting and nerding out about the world and the setting and wanting to know different things. And his blog has really extensive information about so many different aspects. There are legends, there are other short stories that he's written that expand the world. There's even one of the things that I noticed is he would often have guest writers who would come in with a short story of their own in the setting, and they would expand on the world in their own way. One of my favorites is The Scent of Tears, which is a really beautiful story. It introduced the concept of a perfumer's guild.
Hey, yo.
To the setting among this certain race in the story. So that was kind of my opportunity, because I often would email him and message him and talk to him and just kind of enjoy his world. And he was very responsive. Great guy. Nothing but respect for Mr. Adrian. Probably the best mentor I could have had as far as being a professional author goes. Eventually, I approached him with the idea, like, hey, I would like to write a story, and I would like to introduce some new kind of Kindin into the setting. The Kindin are the words in his setting for different races, different sub-races of whatever. I'm not going to explain the whole Shadow of the Apps lore. There's a lot.
Yes.
But he was very open to it. He was very receptive. I gave him sort of what I wanted to do, what my concept was. We kind of talked shop about the race and its history and what they were like. And then began writing. I would send him a draft every once in a while. He would give me his opinion, his critique, and eventually I was able to put out a finished product. He looked it over, gave me some revisions to make. I revised it, and that was my introduction into the world of the writing and publishing industry. And my work is still on his website. Recently, he did put out a collection of short stories written by other authors. I did not make the cut this time, unfortunately, but I'm hoping that in the future I will be.
Hey, listen, you put forth the effort, so...
Yeah, but the thing is that oftentimes when you are exploring, wanting to become a professional author, one of the things that I found, and there are multiple cases of this that I've seen across other different authors and genres and settings, sometimes if you find an author who's very open to collaborating with other people and allowing you to play in his sandbox or her sandbox, it is a great opportunity for anybody. Because you already have a book series, and if you're very passionate about it, you're going to enjoy writing in that setting. So that incentivizes you. If you have an author who's very open to working with other people, like H.P. Lovecraft was very much an open source author. It's a great way to start. My advice would be look at some of your favorite authors and see what they're like, whether they're open to fan projects, whether they support have short stories and other things in their settings that they allow other authors to get in on. One of the big things that I found out recently, I don't know if any of you are familiar with, let me find his name, I believe it's a he. But it's a sci-fi series called The Three Body Problem. And if I remember, it's a trilogy, and it's written by Liu, I can't say this name correctly, Liu Shizin.
Ayo.
Guy. He's a Chinese science fiction writer. His story, it's 3 books, starting with The Three Body Problem. But there is actually a 4th book series that is not written by him. It was started out as a fan fiction written by somebody else. I'm trying to find the name of the fan fiction. Because we have Three Body Problem, we have The Dark Forest, we have Death's End, and there is an additional story. I'm trying to find it. This is very interesting. Essentially, this other Chinese author, or person, I don't even know if they were an actual author at the time, wrote an additional story, their own fan fiction, after the main series, and Liu was so taken with it, so impressed and approved of it to be an official part of his setting. It is the official 4th book. It's written by someone else, someone completely different from the original author. It started out as fan fiction. So again, fan fiction and just writing in general is a great way for it to get an opportunity, because this person has now been immortalized as the author of the 4th book in the Three Body Problem science fiction series, which is one of the most interesting, probably one of the darkest science fiction series out there. I think one of the most conceptually interesting. Let me find it. The 4th book is called, I believe, The Redemption of Time, a Three Body Problem novel. It is written by someone known as Basho.
Oh.
Completely separate from the original author. The first three are written by Liu. This is written by a guy called Basho.
Okay.
Basho. I'm not entirely sure how to say it. But again, that's something that I want to impart onto you guys is that I got my big break collaborating in it with another author, playing in their own setting, their own world, and just writing a short story set in that. And this person got their start more or less doing the same thing, and they've got a whole novel now to their name that is officially part of this, book series. Approved by the author, they approved of it. They allowed it to be published under the other person's name. It is an official part of the story, of the setting, and that is a wonderful thing. There are so many great authors out there. So many, I know that oftentimes it can be very scary reaching out to people, especially if they're big authors, things like that. Always just take a chance and also look at the author's behavior outside of, just the writing. Look at how they interact with the fans. Look at how they interact with other authors. And just see what opportunities might be there. If you're really passionate about a book series or even like a movie or a game series, look at what sort of stuff the author has the people behind it have done. See what they're open to. See if maybe they'd be willing to give you a shot and to write something. Honestly, there are so many opportunities, and I think that oftentimes you'll find it much easier to break into the industry by connecting with other authors rather than by taking your work directly to a publishing house. If you take it to an editor or a publisher or whatever, it's a lot harder because they're looking for a product.
Oh,
if you're just talking to another author, they're just looking for someone who likes what they like. They're looking for someone who enjoys reading and writing as much as they do. And I would say that you're probably more likely often than not to be given a shot. Whether they approve of what you write, whether they like your style, whether they are open to your ideas, that is going to depend on them and their own personal preference. But definitely start networking, start connecting with other authors. Because that's what got me in there. That's what got this person Basho in there. Honestly, and I would highly recommend doing that versus going directly with your manuscript to a publishing house. That's my own personal experience, my own personal take with the writing industry. I say myself professional. I haven't written in years, but that's my experience.
Well, I mean, considering the fact that you've published with a renowned author, you've already got the clearance to justify calling yourself professional as is, compared to, especially
I suppose.
This surprisingly Hades just said this surprisingly feels like a podcast. Hey, yo, all right. Hey, that's what I was going for, honestly. Honestly, sound advice.
And when I said before that who you know is very important,
that does bring up an interesting.
That's what I was getting at. Networking is really important, especially with other authors.
That does bring up an interesting question, though.
They could be your way into a publishing house later on.
True.
Right?
That does bring up an interesting question, though. Then how? And I say this. Probably need to jump on the whole one chapter challenge in a few minutes if we're up for that.
I'm down for that.
Okay.
We should probably wait for
Slyfer.
Sly to get back.
Yeah. Granted, but
you want to call him Slyfer.
Before we really even gear up to move on to that, though, let me ask you this: do you think that self-publishing is still viable in the sense of novels, self-publishing on platforms like, I don't know if Goodreads is
it can be, but it's the way that I see it. It's like the difference between having a high school diploma and a GED. If you're self-published, there is a stigma. There still is a stigma. It limits your reach. It limits how seriously people will take you. Working with even if the publisher is not very well known, just the fact that you are working with a company gives you that feeling of credibility, gives people that feeling of credibility that helps you break through. I think self-publishing is good if you're starting out and you're not trying to make money. You're not necessarily taking it as seriously, but if you are seriously considering being an author, you need to have a publisher because that gives you the level of professionalism and credibility to get your book in front of people's noses.
Okay.
You absolutely can self-publish. There is a stigma. It does limit what you can do as an author, and you are going to want to invest in finding or networking with either another author who has a publishing house and who can make introductions, or just going to a publishing house and trying to get them to take you seriously. And I think that you should probably, if you're going to self-publish, put some of your more experimental stuff out first. Some of the stuff that you're maybe not as confident in, but save your good stuff. Save the big stuff, the epic stuff, your Lord of the Rings, your Chronicles of Narnia. Save that for the publishers.
Gotcha.
Do not put that stuff out there under your own name by yourself. You are going to want to take that stuff to somebody so you can have it taken seriously, and so you can kind of sidestep the stigma towards self-publishing that still exists.
Oh, okay.
It's important. I feel like more people should self-publish. There's a lot of really creative people out there, but not everybody gets the opportunity to go to a publisher and get their stuff done. So
Gotcha.
it is definitely something to consider. I personally would not do it, but at the same time, like, different circumstances for different people. Not everybody necessarily gets the opportunities that I did. So it really is just kind of play it by ear on your circumstances, do what you can, but do try to think about where you want to be in the future. If this is something that you are just doing for fun, or if you can see yourself on the line, signing copies, working with a big publisher, things like that. It's like anything. Like, it's fine to work in like little student films, but if you want to go for Hollywood, you got to start going to Hollywood.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. I honestly, for starters, I'm definitely going to take your advice because I do want to take writing seriously in the sense of like hopefully being able to make money off of it. But if they're not gonna look at it, I'm content to be like self-publishing it, honestly, because the main thing above all else, like, yeah, sure, it'd be nice to make some money off of writing, but above all else, the thing I look at it as, like, if I can bring some joy and happiness to people through my books, just the same as my live streams and in the future my music.
That is, I think, the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, and this might be a little more of a side thing, there are many ways to write outside of just books. So one of the things that I've gravitated towards, something that I'm actually leaning more towards now than actual writing, is writing for video games.
Ooh.
I actually went to college and I studied video game design, specifically with an emphasis on world building and writing, because that's my passion, is the world building. I love history and, not necessarily like the individual stories of people, but just the stories of nations and races and cultures. That is something that fascinates me. And so I've actually gravitated away from really wanting to be an author and more of being someone who works with video games in the video game industry. And that's actually one of the things I'm hoping to achieve through my streaming, is to build connections with video game companies. I'm only 2 hours away from Blizzard headquarters in Anaheim. They were one of the companies I most wanted to work for growing up.
Really?
Of World of Warcraft and StarCraft and Diablo. I love the world building of the StarCraft, Diablo, and Warcraft universes. And so my hope is that over time, I can form these connections, maybe go intern at Blizzard for a little while, learn more about how things actually work, and then hopefully maybe someday use my talent, which is that world building, that sort of large scale creative process. Not necessarily like the sort of the micro of writing, but the macro, the really exploring cultures and history and continents. So that is something that I've done. And there's other obviously things you can do. I've taken a stab at writing lyrics for songs. There's script writing, which is a completely different process for films and TV. So I would say explore different elements of writing, because you might want to be an author right now, but maybe there's another side of the writing industry.
I mean,
that is more suited for you. Because I personally love video games as a writing medium. I think they take the best of actual writing books and then movies, because it has that sort of very like visual, visceral element that movies and TV shows had, that we talked about earlier with Game of Thrones, where you can see things, you can visualize, you can interact. There's a level of interaction and physicality there, but you also get, that inner monologue. You get the deeper elements and the motivations behind things that are lost in movies and TV shows that you only really get from written books. So for me, video games as a medium encompassed all that I like about the writing process and about creativity in general. And so for me, that's why I gravitate towards that. So definitely explore it. there are many different applications and many different industries that need writing, that need storytelling in them. So definitely explore other things outside of just writing books. Because I would not have known that I wanted to write for video games until I really began exploring who I am and who I want to be as an author. So there's that.
I mean, for me, honestly, when I started writing anything, it was more in the format of a script for a series, like a really, really simple, rudimentary one. But when I realized how much more descriptive of a scene that I could be with a novel rather than a script for anything of the sort for a series or a stage performance or anything like that, I said, I think I'm going to go all in with books. Like, because there's more that I can do in a not necessarily short, but concise and really vividly painted picture of what the scene is like. I decided to shy away from the whole script thing and just focus on books. And honestly, recently I've attempted to get back to the sort of script style, like it would be, writing the, I guess the prompt for a comics page or a scene in a television series. I tried to get back into it recently, like behind the scenes, and I looked at it and I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. Honestly, for me, it feels like books are the way to go, just from the way that I write. That's what I think, though. That's my opinion.
That is completely and utterly valid. Like I said, you are definitely you figure out what you want to do. If there's something that you gravitate towards more, if you enjoy a certain element of the writing process or industry, go for it. Find what suits you best and what you enjoy them.
Indeed. Also, welcome back, Steffen.
But definitely also think outside the box. And welcome back, Sly. We were talking about my experience getting into the industry and my thoughts on exploring different things outside of just writing books and novels and stuff.
I think, wait, is Slyfer back?
The TLDR. I thought they said they were back. Are they not?
No, I said I was back.
Oh, welcome back, Steffen.
Oh. Okay.
My bad.
I don't know, I'm just being you.
Well, I mean, that's well, like Slyfer said earlier, the VOD's gonna be up for a long time, like a really long time. But
The VOD will be here.
Yeah. Honestly, like, yeah, that sound advice. Honestly, what just happened? What?
Good.
I don't know what just happened. Okay, that was really weird. My iPhone connection just decided to take a powder for a second, but it's back now.
Oh, welcome back.
Thanks. Hopefully that doesn't happen again during this stream, because I'd really like to keep motion tracking up. Like, seriously, I love my model.
It would be nice.
I love my model.
Join the rest of the PNG gang.
Dude, I don't even have a good PNG of my model that's, like, not as gigantic as the model itself with the guitar.
I don't even have a model. You're seeing AI art of the art that I got of my design.
I mean, considering that Drama Fest, that's fair. I don't know if you want anybody to know that story, so I won't go into details, but basically, he's got a reason for using that. It's not his fault either. Yeah,
Well, next time I can make you a PNG model that you can use for whenever you don't want to use tracking.
I don't even have anything, but I would appreciate anything for anybody at this point.
Also, confession code. I'm sorry if I brought that up and like I wasn't meant to.
It's okay. It's okay.
I just didn't know if you had told anybody on Twitter the story. So
Well, there's actually a couple different dramas. I'm trying to figure out which one exactly is in relation to this, because there's a bunch of them.
Well, the VTuber model commission, I think, would be the relevant one in this case, if you're comfortable sharing that.
One,
but
yeah, so I commissioned somebody they'd done emotes for me in the past. They're recommended to me by somebody else that I know that worked with them, and unfortunately, I found out that they were stealing other people's work and selling it to other people. So I was never going to get a VTuber model. I paid a bit of money, and I was lucky they were able to give me a refund, but I think the threat of legal action upheld them. But I found that the emotes I had originally commissioned from them were somebody else's, and they were being sold on Etsy. And I found out later. And the thing that got them caught is they provided a sample of VTuber model they claimed to have worked on. I saw that in some Twitter drama, unrelated. And I was like, oh, this is looks like it's stolen. This is my my friend. This is one of hers. And they're like, no, she stole that. That is not hers. And I was like, oh shit. And then I had a bunch of people reach out to me, and through kind of doing, I had investigated before because my original designs were very generic, and I was concerned it might be very similar to someone else's. So I did another look, and then I found emotes on this other guy's Etsy account, and I was like, oh shit.
Also, hello everyone.
Hey, welcome back, Slyfer.
He's charging for these. He has like rules for how you're allowed to use them commercially, whatever. So I could have gotten in a lot of trouble because these were stolen. I sold stolen goods.
Wow.
And so I was pissed. I was pissed. That set me back at least $100 that I spent on them. I did get the money back for the VTuber model. But it was this whole thing. And luckily I did end up meeting some very nice people. I had it was really surprising. This is the one time, I think in my personal experience, I've seen the VTuber community unanimously gather together and be like, hey, this is fucked. Let's throw this guy some advice. Let's help him out. I actually got a couple legit artists, a bunch of bots too, a couple legit ones that reached out, and I offered to make replacement stuff for me. They were. I got my new artist right now. Is a guy called I don't know if it's the guy or girl called Candy. Really cool person. They did my new emotes over on my Twitch channel, and absolutely fantastic. But it's sent me back. I planned to get my VTuber model done this year. And the next year I was going to focus on revamping my channel, prettying it up, getting new art put in, whatever. That has now been thrown into the trash. I now have to... I will not be able to debut when I wanted to. I will in fact be debuting pretty much towards the end of the year instead of the summertime. I was going to debut on my birthday in June. Now it's looking like an October debut, which is my alternate date. But I have to, of course, find a new VTuber model, designer. I have to get. I was also planning to get because I have currently art of my avatar that it's fine for a first concept, but I want something a little closer to the anime art style that's a little more detailed, has more stuff going on, is closer to my vision. And sadly, I'm going to have to get money on that and find a new person to do that. I'm going to have to obviously find somebody to take care of the channel revamp. And then this is, again, assuming I don't get scammed and lose more money. So I could be completely fucked again.
All right.
So I was supposed to be ready to go this year as far as the model goes and then have my channel prettied up by June. I may not even have it done at the end of next year.
Well,
I may not even have it done by Christmas because of this one asshole throwing a wrench into my plans.
Well,
that sounds very disheartening, but
it is. And I did have obviously I had other obligations. I had other things that I was going to pay for. I was very lucky that I was able to get the new emotes, and they're relatively inexpensive from the new artist. I think you've mentioned this. There is some NSFW art that exists involving my character. I've done NSFW art and emotes of my character before I have my actual model of my character. It's so ass backwards.
It'd be like that. It definitely would be like that.
That is why you're seeing this AR thing. Actually, a friend went and messed around with an AR thing just for fun.
I'll be right back, guys.
Some that actually look pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
This is one of them. I really like this one. Of course, the hands are a little fucked, so no hands. But let me find the other one. This one actually was the first one he did. And I really like this one. It gives me very anime intro vibes, and I really like it. And then here's the original bit of art that I had of my character as far as his design goes. I want to get a slightly more enhanced version of this in a more anime style. It's more like the AI and less like this. So this is just
Okay,
the first
I'm back.
kind of draft of my character, but it's over in
Okay.
the Discord.
But the design
Alright,
of
nice.
the original kind of rings RuneScape to me.
You know,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
It does.
It's definitely got that adventurer vibe going on with the whole black cloak.
Yeah, the character is a necromancer, a necromancer. This is actually my second idea for a design. I had somebody else who was going to design a character, and the design of that one was completely different from this one because of health issues. They had to cancel, which was the first delay. So I decided, rather than go with that original, more complicated design that they could have definitely pulled off, but I didn't feel as confident in somebody if I didn't know me personally, understanding what I wanted. I opted for something a little simpler, which is why the design is relatively simple. It is exactly what it says on the tin: a necromancer, a necromancer. But there's a few little flourishes to it that I really like. One of which is the bird skull brooch, and on the book, there's also, you can see there's a little bird skull. I feel like having that was something I really wanted. I wasn't sure if I wanted like a mouthful or a bird skull.
Bird.
I felt like ravens and crows are very much tied to like the concept of death and decay, and that felt very fitting for what I was going for. Obviously, sort of the black cloak, very necromancery. Okay. And then kind of what I was kind of aiming for was something like a mix between the Nazgul and the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones. Sort of their very like sort of heavy, thick garb. Kind of accent that with a very thick cloak, which is why he has this very sort of adventuring looking gear.
Hey, it looks awesome.
Also,
it does.
Yeah.
It looks really awesome. Really
and then there's one thing on the back. That cowbell was actually inspired by. Let me find it really quick. There was a skit I loved from Monty Python. If you guys are Monty Python fans, you might know which one I'm talking about.
Vaguely.
All right, let me just pull up a YouTube video really quick. This is one of my favorite things.
Oh boy.
Since I have returned, you guys definitely been talking about a lot of things. I dare say. I actually had like a kind of like a unique segue into basically some of the stuff for like the presentation of what we was gonna want to do today, if we're still on for that.
Yeah. I was thinking we
still are.
I was thinking we jump into that in a couple of minutes if you guys are good with that. If you've got something you would like to share.
2 hours into a writing stream.
I have nothing written at all.
I mean,
I will be writing.
I may not have nothing written out, but I have mainly. I can go back and I can find some things that I can use as a presentation instead of just what I've already written.
I mean,
or what.
I don't know. Okay, like if we want to save the one chapter challenge for next time, then that's fine by me. Like, if
alternatively, we could bring up some stuff we've written. I might have something.
I was just gonna suggest, I don't know. Let's see how many people are in chat right now. We've got 6 viewers. Perfect timing for this. I'm gonna put up a poll.
I dare say with what was Steffan's got written or what you've got written, Haru, present that, and I can just present my first chapter from my Skyrim tale, which again, mind you, was done 8 years ago now. But I think it'd be a perfect example of like how we can proceed past this point from our past self to what we can, maybe do for future days.
True.
If there will be future days. So. Because that was in my back corner, just in case I had nothing written down. I would take a piece from what I've already written and present that, and just read like the first 2 pages of the piece. And I don't mind at all reading my work from like 8 years ago, mainly because if we're gonna want to tend to grow,
Bless you.
Thank you.
if we're gonna want to tend to grow on being writers in general, I believe looking at what we've done in the past is a great example of how we saw ourselves then, how we can motivate ourselves to be now, and then progress later days.
That works.
I can't even find this one particular thing.
Yeah. I
a
think
lot
I've
of
seen this.
chats and things, so this might be a little bit difficult. This is actually something that I read back when I was big on roleplay. So this is actually something that's very, very old work of mine. If I can find it, then I have to try.
I have like works all over the place, but this one Skyrim tale is something I really want to look back at, come back to, and kind of rework as. Now the character of the set piece is just me. It's Slyfer because I didn't really have a good Nord name at the time.
That's fine.
So I defaulted to me, but I have a few pages to read you from there. Now, mind you, I think it's a good necessary process to understand kind of like what the core context of what we've talking about thus far, and also like how we can proceed with ideas. And mind you, like, hold that thought. Yeah. All right, I'll do that right now. To finish my thought, just as any type of challenges we have, and like, you know, because I have reason to believe this may be more of a thing as we try to grow and progress in this. So I think that we can definitely stand to where was my thought? This is my brain. This is my brain at 4 o'clock. Hello. Hi. How you doing? But real quick, as we all tend to get our pieces ready, I will shut off the landlady's car because I had it running for her. So I'll be right back.
All right.
That's perfect. I'm currently working on my own stuff. I will look for it. You guys go over your bits. It's going to be a while.
Also,
you should have it by the time everyone gets their stuff out.
Okay. Also,
be listening.
I put up a poll to see if my chat audience, I say my like I'm the only one here. That's not correct. I asked chat if they wanted me to do a bit more reading of Blue Steel Rogue after the sort of work sharing session. So so far it's
Be interested in that?
Huh?
I would be interested in that.
Hey, all right. Basically, be reading aloud.
Oh yeah.
Well, okay. That's not to say I'm not going to be reading aloud right now. I'm going to be reading aloud right now as well.
Let's see what I can find. One of them, but I haven't found the thing I'm looking for. There. Where would it be?
All right, let's see.
Well, alternatively, there's one person. Actually, I can't find what I was looking for. It was actually a fiction I wrote based on a roleplay I was in that involved certain characters from the roleplay.
Hey yo.
But since it actually was so there was even fan art that got done of the different characters, so there was lots of little fan creations from this roleplay because we all really enjoyed it. Since I can't find it, I might actually read you something out I've written in collaboration with a small snippet of something that I've written with my sister, Zoe.
Hey,
she's not my biological. She is not my biological sister, but she and I are basically family. We are closest kin.
I got you. Also, Hades. Hey, Haru, you wouldn't mind if I DM you after stream? No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. I guess I could go first when Slyfer gets back. I don't know. Well, wait a minute. You probably just said something about what order we go in. Okay.
I'm fine going last.
My brain just went
I need
to mush for a second.
Permission from my sister anyway.
Okay.
No worries. Take your time.
Well, I'm gonna wait.
Hi, hello, I've returned.
Hey, welcome back, Sly.
Welcome back.
So, I guess I could go first reading my writing example. Slyfer, you have something that you want to share, and
I do.
Confession
From
Code
an
I have
old- from an
Gaming.
older piece, but yeah.
Confession
I have
Code Gaming
something as
also.
well.
So, mine is the sort of one. Are we gonna save the one chapter challenge for later? Because mine's complete.
Nah, this can be that one chapter challenge because all I'd be reading from my old work is the one chapter
Okay.
from my piece.
Okay.
So,
This isn't
Yeah.
necessarily a chapter, as it's still a work in progress, but this is just a snippet of writing. And some of it I will let you know when my sister is writing and when I am, so that you can kind of get an idea of. And this actually might be good, so you can see different styles of writing,
Oh, yeah.
different people even. It's actually a
Yeah.
good thing.
All right.
this is what will help make us like understand all variables and very like good trying to keep on topic because we've
So-
gone how many segues thus far today?
So many segues, so many segues. But that's the thing, is I love doing that. I think that's probably the best part of talking and writing with other people is the different segues and the different tangents, because you get so much more out of it than just talking by yourself to yourself.
Fair.
Absolutely.
All right.
On task.
I guess without further ado, I guess I'll go first. Hopefully I don't screw this up.
You're fine.
Grab a drink real quick. Big reading time. All right. So for the record, this is just kind of a random sci-fi bit that's not really connected to anything that I've written or showed off before. So here we go. Actually, off the cuff, Steffen, I would ask you if you could do a little bit of a reading of the line with your voice mod. I don't know if you'd be up for it because I need the announcer sounding voice. If you're not up for it, that's fine.
I don't have voice mod on my computer anymore.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I'll just.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. All crewmates, man your stations. All crewmates, man your stations. The message repeated every 30 seconds as the ship approached the asteroid field in which the rescue operation would occur. Captain Eli Parker was in his private quarters, upper deck, just behind the elevator cluster behind the ship's bridge. Quickly donning his utility jacket and long-tailed bandana, he exited the room and walked past the lifts with an arrow-straight bearing toward the bulkhead leading into the bridge. His long gray hair, which belied his rather youthful age, waved back behind him in the still air of the hallway. The sealed doors slid apart and opened, allowing the captain to enter. The navigator, pilot, 2 engineers, and 4 gunners all sat at their stations on the bridge. The pilot and navigator were stationed at the very front, their consoles built into the big dashboard which the viewport was fitted to at its lowest. In the middle and leading back to the bulkhead was a low riser where the captain's seat and 2 other workstations for the engineers were situated to the captain's flanks. Situated on opposite sides of the room between the left and right sides were 2 gunner seats on each side. The flank cannon scopes showing the view around the ship's flanks and rear like a quartet of eyes, watching all the sides that the bridge crew couldn't see. A pair of transparent screens lowered from the ceiling at slight angles toward the seat in the center, flickering to life to show scanner readouts of the area that was being displayed from the navigation station. Captain Parker sat down in his seat and took a deep breath. "Status report," he commanded. The navigator, Samson, turned his seat toward the captain and stood. "Sir, we've entered the asteroid field around Corzon. Sensors have detected the remains of the cargo transport Midlander just ahead of us." "Life signs?" "None at the moment, but I'm still running a continuous scan of the area to locate any lifeboats." "Good. Gunners?" Alec, Orion, Monica, and Sunao chorused all at once. All clear for now. Suddenly there was a ping on the ship's scanner. The pilot, Maxine, typed on the keyboard in front of the control yokes. The scanner display appeared on one of the screens in front of the captain's seat. Captain Parker, sir. Unidentified bulk ship detected. It looks like the pirate light cruiser that was reported to have attacked the freighter. The communicator chimed. Sir, it's from the unidentified ship, announced the navigator as he sat down again. Put them through, said Eli. A man appeared on the screen just to Captain Parker's left while the readout of the enemy ship remained. The man was tall and thin, almost gaunt and spooky in his facial features, a patch over his right eye and a turban on his head. His coat was gray like ash or slate, and his skin bore furrows. Eli felt a slight chill of recognition. I am Captain Talzine. Who are you? Eli stood from his chair to address the rival captain. I am Eli Parker, captain of the Greatsword, and I've heard about you, your ship, and her legendary raids. Then I suppose we can cut past any small talk and get to the point. I understand you've come to Corzon in search of a missing freighter crew. By that statement, Eli interrupted, you know their whereabouts, I assume. Clearly you have some smarts as to what to safely assume. You're not military? Surprising. They could use someone as perceptive as yourself. Flattering. But I want to know what you've done with the crew of the freighter. Captain Talzine stroked his long black beard. Come now. Surely we can reason things out before you raise your quartet of cannons to our ship. Eli fell silent for a moment. The gunners gripped their remote control yokes a little tighter. The pilot shifted uncomfortably, and the navigator took a deep breath. The twin engineers, Scott and William, looked at each other across from their captain, then gulped as they tried to return their attention to their control posts. They all struggled to maintain that focus. Tell me, Captain Parker, Talzine said quizzically, what are you dedicated to? Eli took very little time to respond. My family and my crew. Talzine shook his head. Not who, but what. What are you dedicated to in your life, Captain Parker? The young captain's gaze lowered a bit. For a moment, the heartbeat that he had simply ignored as just another thing a living body does, the gentle throb of his heart that only happened when he knew there would be battle, his ship closing in for a kill, became so much more noticeable. As he stood on the bridge of the Great Sword, his ship, he felt right. My dedication lies with the thrills, the joys of what I do. In service of men who will never sully their hands with the same work as you, drifting from job to job without a clear direction. What a pity the skills you must have as a captain and those of your crewmates are wasted in such a drifting servitude. Eli clenched his teeth. Servitude? Sure, old man, he thought fiercely. Sorry, the young captain said aloud, but my crew and I do what we do without a care for any cheap ideals at the expense of others. We know you have the freighter crew on board your ship, so get ready for a fight, whether you want it or not. Talzine scowled. As you wish, young Captain Parker. The screen went away, leaving the crew to brace themselves. The alarm sounded off to prepare the aft and lower deck crewmates for combat. All hands, man your stations for battle, the captain bellowed. Bridge crew, ready the turrets for a broadside approach. We're going to blow one big hole in their hull and sneak in to rescue the freighter crew. Sir? Asked Maxine, stunned. Eli grinned at her with fierce determination and said, You heard me, pilot. We're boarding that ship as soon as we have them dead to rights. And that's pretty much it for the one chapter challenge on my end.
Ayo.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel severely outmatched, but then again, this was never a contest.
I mean that's fair. If we want to give critique, if anyone wants to give critique, feel free to do so.
Honestly, I was hearing just the latter parts of all of that, and I'm thinking to myself, yep, I'm not saying any like niche is a favorable niche, but I kind of could picture that on a screen. To be fair, which is why I think some like movies nowadays tend to miss enacting parts such as this, because that sounded really, really good there.
Yeah, I'm glad it sounded that way. That's kind of what I was going for. Is like if you can read it like a novel and yet still be able to picture it playing out as if it were on the silver screen, then I feel like I've done my job.
I mean, that in a way is how. Okay, so anyone like read a book, like say the Harry Potters. Let's use the Harry Potter for example. If you ever read a Harry Potter book, you can picture like the images that's like you read from cover to cover, like Uncle Vernon treating Harry as he was under the cupboard, as like just that outcast in the family,
Mm-hmm.
or how he, talked to the Python vaguely,
Yeah.
and Uncle Vernon just threw him under the cover. Like I can picture that, and then you see that on the screen, kind of depicted in that like similar way. It just puts all the pieces together. So it's like visualizing it is like that foreground. It's that it's basically the not the rub, but it's like confession. Do you know where I'm going with this?
I've got an idea.
It's basically like that middle ground between the where the novel is taking it and how you could see it on screen, or how you can see it in your mind. So good work.
Thank you. All right. Who's next?
Who be next?
Who be next, Captain?
I've not gotten permission yet, but
Okay.
that might be because my sister is offline. If someone else wants to go next, I can go after. I would probably go forward with it, whether she replies or not, but I would like her permission first to read out her portion. If I do not get permission, I'll just read it out anyway, but I would like to try and get it first if possible.
All right. Slyfer?
All right, I can go. Just give me a moment. Let me. I have my piece. Y'all ready?
Ready. Actually, if you want me to screen share this by chance, if you've got like is it on a document or is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it is fully written, my brother.
Oh, okay. Okay.
At a time long shot. Because since I got in the laptop, I'm thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, I can do such amazing things to the laptop. I can write out my stories. I can do planners. I can do this. I can do that. It's an amazing tool. How do I use a laptop again?
Oh man.
Let's see now. I think as a reference to, I'm gonna just refer to the character in the tale. Mind you, this was like 8 years ago now. I think I'll go as far back as say page 7 or 8 here. Okay. Well, actually no. Let's just go like 6 pages into the first chapter.
All right.
Okay. That sounds like a good part. Now, the context of where I'm presenting this from is basically, you all know of the DLC Dawnguard?
Yes.
I've not actually heard of it, but I'll just roll with it for now.
Okay. Well,
Actually,
let me give it.
I am a bit out of time now.
Ooh.
I gotta head out.
Okay.
No, Steffen, did you do your piece?
Not yet, but I could always try for next time.
Yeah, it's okay.
Who knows? Maybe I'll have 2 chapters by then.
No, Steffen was the only one. We completely stole the show. I am so sorry, Steffen. What was? Please read at least the first bit. Let us hear your words.
I do apologize.
I mean,
Let's see. Can I put it off for a little while. Yeah, sure. I can. I don't mean to take the spotlight just because I have to go. I mean,
No,
I
no,
can.
no,
Just leave.
no.
I genuinely want to hear from you. You are the person we've heard the least from today, and I do apologize.
Yeah, same. We were going all over the batter, and
That's actually something I should say is I talk a lot, and if I engage in a conversation, I will keep talking. Please tell me to shut the fuck up if I'm talking too much. I will not be offended. It is a problem that I have to live with. I'm not offended by it. Just tell me to shut up if I'm being too much, if I'm dominating a conversation.
yeah, kind of same on my part as well.
Well, if I want to go ahead and get out of here soonish, then I'll try and speed read this.
All right.
Also, I am still recovering from being sick, so if you hear me clear my throat, that's why.
That's absolutely fine.
Chapter 1: The Shadow Strike's first appearance. 1 minute. That's all the time needed for the fighter-class Shadow Strike to gain notoriety in the Outer Reach. In just 1 minute, the Shadow, sporting twin gravitic jets and a center-mounted antimatter cannon, tore through the destroyer-class USF Victorial. The massive ship, 50 times the size of its aggressor, was left in a state of rubble and debris. Analysis after the attack pointed to the assailant as having been at least a Corsair class, using technology far superior to what the United Space Force had access to. And while the reports were significantly off from the size of the vessel, the estimates of the technological prowess were accurate. The story starts just hours prior to the battle. 1100 Galactic Time, equivalent 11 a.m. UTC. Blue lights ran through the unassuming workshop on the border world of Kalsar. The sky was tinged green, and the warmth of the nearby dwarf star made the day a warm and relaxing one, the same as all the others. This planet was rotation locked with the star, so those on the light side had perpetual day, while those on the dark had eternal night. The light side made creation of solar-dependent technologies a booming industry, as well as a large agricultural sector. Meanwhile, the dark side was home to a vast array of precious metals, many of which were quite rare in the galaxy. The days were mostly peaceful for the inhabitants. Trade with other planets and galactic industries was not huge due to the planet's proximity to the outer ring, but it was not unknown. It was on this planet that a peculiar soul made his mark. In his small workshop, many tools and trinkets lie strewn about. Spanners, hammers, drivers, pry bars, and all manner of different knickknacks dotted the floors haphazardly. It was a wonder that any creature could move in this environment, let alone work. And yet, this was the ideal home of a small, easily overlooked Corax. Corax is a member of a species of fox that walks on two legs. These creatures are extremely nimble and love to lie around and bask in the sun. Typically, they're not the type to spend their days holed up in a dark workshop, but Corax is not like the others in his species, where his peers spend their days running through the fields and playing games. He spends his time tinkering with the newest bit of technology he can get his hands on. The few merchant ships that passed this area occasionally traded some of their wares for repairs and refueling as they made their way to one of the far corners. Corax, being gifted in all things mechanical, would often ask for schematics of ships or other interesting pieces of tech whenever his services were required. After so many years of building, tinkering, and building again, he had begun to create his own designs, far surpassing the originals. And with his 20 years of accumulated experience, he was well on his way to finishing his best invention yet. 2 years prior, he had been paid with the schematics of a fighter-class starship, though the schematics were ancient in comparison to many of the fighters in use at present. So, Corax built, and then tore down, and then rebuilt time after time, until his fighter looked nothing like the original. The old plasma-fueled power supply was gone, replaced with a custom-made dark matter-fueled generator. The thrust booster disappeared after the first iteration, and in its place, 2 gravitic wave boosters. The arsenal of weapons have all been upgraded to technology far exceeding what most companies and governing bodies had access to. On that day, at exactly 1400 galactic time, Korax put his planet of Kalsar on watch. With the extremely rich mineral deposits of Kalsar, it was only a matter of time before rumors of a veritable gold mine sprung up. Many eyes began to look toward the border planet, and one in particular was Admiral Gerard G. of the USF. Unbeknownst to his superiors, he and his crew took the USF Victorial to Kalsar in an attempt to plunder its precious minerals before others had a chance to do the same. Korax, I am detecting a large vessel en route to Kalsar. Korax's AI companion, Ayla, was assisted in development and testing of Korax's inventions. When not working on the many projects, she assisted in performing long-range scans to detect the traffic incoming to the planet. Sweet! Is it another frigate-class merchant ship? He could hardly contain his excitement. It had been several months since the last merchant ship had made its way through the system. Negative. I am detecting high-class ordnance. It appears to be a military vessel, destroyer class. What? What kind of military would be making its way to the outer ring? This isn't exactly a great sector for space battles. I am unsure the motives, though this is the only vessel currently en route. Normally, Korax was elated whenever ships made their way to the outer ring, but uncharacteristically, he felt apprehension. The fur on his skin stood up. Ayla, prep the Shadow for lunch. Are you moving up the scheduled test date? The magnetational warp drive still has not been fully configured. Configure it when we get free of Kalsar's gravity. At 1355 galactic time, the USF Victorial entered Kalsar space. All hands, welcome to the biggest pay of your career. Admiral Gerard G. belted out on the comms. The whole crew of the Victorial had come with the expectation of gathering as many precious materials from the dark side of Kalsar. With how far it was from any major trading hub, and with its lack of technological advancement, it was a prime target. Unable to defend and unable to call for help, Kalsar's only defense was its close proximity to its star. Raise the shields. Make all adjustments to counter the solar gravity. I want to be out of here before the end of tomorrow. The Admiral called out orders with a twisted smile. It was these orders that sealed the fate of the Victorial. Those were the messages called out on the in-ship comms. Ayla had been listening in on the Victorial's communications to ascertain the ship's objective. Those jerks! They're just here to steal and plunder from my home. Korax despised those who would steal from others. Ayla, power up the weapon systems. How's the short-range warp drive looking? All systems powered and ready for use. There was a pause. Do you intend to initiate combat with a USF vessel? Have you considered the consequences? No, and that'll be a problem to solve later. Right now, Kalsar is in danger. Affirmative. Beginning warp sequence. 1359 galactic time. All gear for stripping the planet was prepped. All necessary adjustments were made for dealing with the gravity and heat of the star. The only thing left was to choose crews and begin extracting the wealth. Admiral Gerard G. let out a small sigh. The day had gone well. He almost wished there was a bit of excitement to make the day more interesting. Oh well, at least he would make a fortune. Sir, I am detecting a warp signal coming from Kalsar. What? There shouldn't be any ships that have There shouldn't be any ships that have been to this sector in months. Should we pause operations? No, any warp from any warp from there would send it 10 astronomical units at minimum. Continue with the operation. 1400 galactic time. Upon re-entering normal space-time, the Shadow's weapon system sprung to life. The twin gravitic turrets unleashed a hail of high-energy blasts, tearing through the shields of the Victorial. Had the systems not already been activated to resist the solar radiation, the ship would have sustained critical damage. Divert all power to shields and weapon systems. Lock on to the target and destroy the bastard. Sir, the enemy fighter is too small. Sensors can't lock on. Another wave of blasts brought the shields to critical level. One more and the ship would begin sustaining damage. I don't care if you have to fire everything. Destroy him. The Victorial fired all 200 plasma cannons, roughly in the direction of its assailant. Those that were aimed close to the target still missed, as the fighter weaved in and out of the waves of firepower. When the last of the blasts had missed their target, the Admiral, still unsure of what was happening, panicked. All power to front shields. In that moment, the fighter disappeared. Its short-range warp drive fully functioning. With its short-range warp drive fully functioning, it exited the warp field just on the other side of the destroyer. With rear shields powered down, it was left defenseless. The antimatter cannon glowed with a dark green hue. As if time was frozen, both the crew of the Victorial and Korak stared at each other. And then, the cannon fired a beam of black energy. The entirety of the Victorial was shredded apart in an instant. Nothing more than scraps and rubble were left floating in the nothingness. In that moment, the planet Kalsar and the pilot that destroyed a USF destroyer became known among the stars.
Holy
And that is it.
Now, that was an interesting tale. How does everyone else feel about that?
I like
wow.
I have a few thoughts about what I just heard. And accompanying to what Haru was talking about and what he was explaining, that almost, again, I was picturing it the entire time. You basically took inspiration. Let me see if I can qualify this. You took hands from, first of all, I see a little bit of Gundam in there, mainly because of the fact of how the ship was and how the combat feats of this small little ship compared to this big like destroyer. That you see often in Gundam. I saw Star Wars in there, mainly due to the fact you had a giant destroyer versus a small little ship. And then
Episode 5
the other thing I saw in there, the other thing I saw in there was I saw a bit of Iron Man in the fact of the back and forth with the AI and the main character in question. I saw Iron Man in there.
There's something that I actually picked up on that I don't know if anybody else got this.
Yeah, I was trying to put my finger on
Ratchet and Clank.
Oh yeah,
Ratchet and
Ratchet
Clank.
and Clank. I
Like
probably saw
with
Star
the little bit of the fox and the sort of mechanical thing and trading for schematics.
Oh god,
that was a really big thing in the first game. His whole thing was he was a mechanic on this world, and he was trying to get a ship to get off it.
Yeah,
and that's the thing that maybe gets lost. He's not some Ratchet was originally not some badass. He's just a dude. He's just a guy that fixes shit.
He's been turned into a mascot badass for like several years now.
Which is fine because he kind of did become one over time, so it's fair in later games. But honestly, I kind of got a little bit of Ratchet and Clank vibes, which is something that I really love. I'm a big Ratchet and Clank fan. I played the first one on PS2 way back in the day. So I'm a big fan of what you were going for.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
with a non-human protagonist, which is honestly something you don't see in sci-fi often enough, I think.
You really don't because I think anthropomorphic animals kind of like they get the back burner, it's definitely when you're
They show up as side characters, but I like that you kind of went in that direction. I think that was very good.
Yeah.
So some of I might have unconsciously taken inspiration from those, but some of the inspirations at the forefront of my mind were Star Fox, with the
That's what I was
small
about to
fighters.
say. I thought that. I thought that. As a matter of fact, before you was
Dude.
about to mention Ratchet and Clank Confession, I was gonna say Star Fox. I immediately went the Star Fox.
I could definitely see that as well.
And the other is, I don't know if any of you have ever played Star Ocean, but
I've
Star Ocean.
in
I
Star
think
Star
I've
Ocean,
heard that
Ocean is
name
good.
before.
there is
Wait a minute.
a CG, or not a CG, but a video cut-in. What are they called? Cutscene.
Yeah,
That
video
Oh.
cutscene.
happens probably halfway through the game of a space battle between a very large ship and a small creature that can float in space, and the creature just destroys the entire ship.
Yeah,
so that was another bit of inspiration.
I've been meaning to get the games on PS4 for a while now. There's like 4 or 5 games of Star Ocean for PS4, and I'm just sitting back here. It's like I want these. But yeah, no, that was, oh my goodness, I am so out of touch, and that was bravo to you, Stefan. You can actually make a go about that. It's something I said in the last stream we did is, to make a story, to have lore, you already got a set piece of lore right from the start. Just hearing that, now I know so much about, where this started, where this is, who the main character is. Basically, just, explained it out. You write that first paragraph, you get that first page, you already have a set piece of where, and it all ties in later on down the line and during the middle bulk of stories where it's just you set pieces is what drives home the actual sense of gravity, is like what one situation is compared to another. So that was amazing.
I'm still speechless. I'm gonna be honest. I was hooked from the very first couple of sentences, to be honest, with the whole feat of the like the big, like, what I call bulk ship just being ripped apart by this little thing. Oh god, I actually needed to kind of take a breath from that. I'm gonna be honest.
That
was
reminded
really good.
me of like Unicorn's Ion Blaster. If y'all ever
Bro.
seen Gundam Unicorn and his Ion Blaster,
I haven't watched Gundam in a long time.
Bro.
That Ion Blaster goes burr. I remember he fired that thing in this small lost space station because they're trying to look for some sort of box or whatever, right?
It ripped the whole thing. It ripped a tunnel in the thing that was like
Haru,
3 times the size of the
Gundam guy
yeah.
here.
It ripped a hole in it like 3 times the height of the mech itself, didn't it? Like
Yeah, literally. Unicorn, he just transformed. And the moment he transformed, he aimed that gun straight at frontal, and boom! Everything was just destroyed.
You know what? I was actually kind of more feeling. You recall the exact name of the series? It wasn't necessarily from the perspective of a Gundam pilot. It was like the people on the ground, like the basic foot soldiers, and them having to deal with Gundams and their perspective during the war. There was a very specific Gundam series about that.
It was like Gundam Origin, wasn't it?
Double-O?
No. It was Gundam Origin, I think. Hang on. Gundam.
Wait, you mean the Origin before? The B Magnum, yes.
Yeah. Mobile Suit
wanna
Gundam: The
say-
Origin is the it's a manga.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. So I like that you kind of, instead of just having this big capital ship battle, I like that you focused on this sort of smaller, almost guerrilla warfare kind of aspect to it.
Yeah, it's
Honestly, I like seeing that kind of asymmetrical, and how do you outmaneuver an enemy who's bigger, more powerful than you. I like that. And that's something I liked about that one Gundam series, is it showed, like, what about the fucking people on the ground? What about the people who just have AK-47s? What are they doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that.
A lot of... Oh.
I realized after I wrote it, with the moment that it warps behind the larger ship, I thought, oh, I just did an Omae Wamo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I like that.
Nani?
Yeah. everything goes burr.
Oh man.
No, that was that. What I liked immediately is something that I think was seen. So Reincarnated Sword talks about in the first book how you get to know this sword and how he goes about and training him own self up. He's literally a self-sentient sword, and he fights off these monsters and gain these skills. Immediately, back to the Ratchet and Clank with this character. This man literally tore down, rebuilt, tore down again, rebuilt again, literally being an engineer of his field. This is why I say Iron Man, because Tony in the MCU and Iron Man in general just built so many suits to combat so many different things. And this man is like, he built the suit, like, say, based off schematic, and then he tore it down, he rebuilt it again, different than the schematic, and it just kept getting different. And that was what, at the end, that final form of shape was able to destroy a destroyer that is like supposedly not supposedly, but is technically more advanced than things seen. And this one little ship just annihilated because it's been broken down, rebuilt, broken down, rebuilt. I like that aspect because that just shows, that shows tinkering. That shows a bit of growth there. It's like it's not automatically, oh, there's this ship and it's this powerful. No, it took some steps. So it's like, oh, I don't agree with this design. I'm going to rebuild it this way. Oh, I don't like where this placement is. I'm going to rebuild it. That, I loved that. I loved every bit of that.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
And of course, I thought, well, I didn't focus much on a space battle, so...
Hey, listen, that's enough of a space battle for me. Like...
I started doing a small prompt on a separate document that was going to be focusing more on an actual dogfight between two fighters, but we'll see how I can do on that one.
I like what you've written. I think I would continue that vein of writing. That was very good.
If you were to do a continuation, I feel like you could maybe introduce like a ace pilot rival to this inventor that built his own ship. Honestly, but like that's just kind of a random really brainstorm idea, I guess. Like,
so I'm not going to give away too much, but I will tell you at least the title, what I have in mind for when I do act on that prompt. This might give you an idea of where I might be going. Title of my thing involving the space battle is simply titled Sarcophagus.
Oh.
Ooh. I mean,
I'm not going to say any more than that, but that should, but given the writing prompt and the title, that should give you some, maybe a little bit of insight.
Oh man.
The direction I want to go.
I mean, I hear that. I'm just thinking deathmatch. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
Tailspin, whirlwind. I'm thinking like point no return.
Yeah.
I think you guys will be pleasantly surprised by the direction that I'm going. Although I'm taking a very, very liberal interpretation of incorporating space battle. This
is why storytelling, story making is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. It's a means of growth. It's a means of being creative. It's a means of just creative fuel in general. And a lot of times, like, just spur of the moment things tend to fuel us, and then it's not there for a minute. And then
I do have a very clear idea of where the story of what to write and what I'm going to write. I just haven't put it on pen to paper yet.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So I'm sorry that I have nothing. I'm sorry that I have nothing prepared today on this topic.
Listen, it's fine.
I look
it's fine.
forward to doing more next.
Now, if y'all permit me, I'm gonna. Steffen, you want to stick around for this, or do you have to go?
I unfortunately have stuff that I have to do around the house.
Oh.
Well, it was lovely to have you.
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed hearing your work. I look forward to. Again. I'd love to come back. I look forward to hearing more of your wonderful stories.
Oh yeah, and
I'll see you all later then.
All right, Steffen, you take care out there, friend.
You all too. Bye.
Adios.
It was lovely to properly meet you all.
Hey, it was an absolute. Okay, well, Confession Code. You and I had obviously met before, but like, it was just a pleasure having you here.
Everyone. Yeah. Honestly, it has been. I do have my thing, although it is fantasy versus science fiction. It is again written with me and my sister.
That's
Yeah.
hey.
So there's two voices. There was two voices here. But fun fact, I actually met Zoe through another friend because they were both interested in becoming authors and writing, and they knew that I had recently been published, so they actually connected with me, and I was working with them on projects, and that's how I met her. And so, over the years, I think about 10 years, I'm still friends with her, not friends with the guy who introduced her to me and me to her. But now she's a school teacher.
Hey.
But she and I still write. We still sometimes will do a little bit of back and forth. And so would be a small snippet of a role play we recently put together, just between the two of us. It is a bit off the intended topic, but if you guys want to hear a little bit of writing in mine,
Sure.
I'd be happy to share. I will not read out the whole thing, but I will give you maybe. I think we're gonna end about my second. So her first one is pretty beefy. This is from the perspective of Naraza, written by Zoe.
Okay.
And just call her Zoe B. Our reserves are getting smaller and smaller by the day, Your Majesty. Disease and plague are running rampant, and you know how fragile humans can be. Queen Naraza, Camilla, Selsferdat raised a singular hand to stop the words of one of her councilmen. He looked at him with a comically perplexed gaze. It's been a while since I've spoken out loud to other people. Excuse me, Councilman Alnwick. The last I checked, you're of vampiric origin. Why am I hearing this from you and not from human Ambassador Smith? Raza asked, her head tipping ever so slightly to the side. Raza had a doish innocence to her as she looked at the councilman in question. Her features were pale and ashy, a commonality even with the darkest of skin tones in the vampiric race. Her hair was long and milky in color. It shone with a brilliance in the gleaming moonlight that bathed the council room. While her features were doish and youthful, Raza was anything but. She was easily the oldest in this very room. Despite this, there were those of her on her council that figured she was easily convinced and won over. They were fools. Raza's age was seen most in her eyes, the wisdom of several millennia, and the backbone to go along with it. As of that moment, there was a certain knowing gleam in her crimson eyes as she looked upon the councilman. He, a pinch-faced man with a reedy voice, grated on Naraza's ears. He spoke frequently at the council meetings, and quite frankly, even a few words from him were more than enough for Naraza's taste. He always had this way of speaking the facts. He always had this way of speaking the facts with this added flourish of degradation towards the humans that were keeping their society alive and well. She knew it was an ingrained racism from the stories he'd been fed over the years, but it didn't make his disposition right. It didn't make her want to listen to him any more than she had already. And as she'd already said, he was not the one they needed to hear from. Right, Your Majesty, Almug said before he turned to the human ambassador. Ambassador Smith, if you would. Ambassador Smith was an average-sized man, with graying hair on his temples. He was old for a human, at least for what Naraza saw of them these days. Ordinarily, the human reserves didn't make it past their 30s. Being a blood donor was taxing on the body. Rebels made themselves scarce when it was rumored that Naraza was near. The humans living in Astalia never came within 100 miles of the border they shared with Talia. Majesty, Councilman Almwick is correct. Plague and disease are high in your reserves. The conditions in which they are kept aren't exactly the greatest. It's dirty, and food for them is rationed. Fewer and fewer people are surviving the demands for blood. I'm sorry. Did you just say the condition in which our reserves are kept is some standard, Ambassador? The older man visibly swallowed. Raza, with her heightened sight, could see his Adam's apple bob up and down. His next words were tight. He was likely afraid of her, and what could possibly happen to him should he upset her. Your Majesty. Raza narrowed her gaze. It wasn't toward anyone in particular, but at the statement as a whole. Sirik, dear, he said. Her voice was rich and smooth. She spoke to the captain of her wolf guard. You are not of my kind. Yet, compared to most of my council, I feel as though you'll do better at explaining why the alleged condition that the humans are kept in would disgust me. And now we move on to the perspective of Cyric, who is my character. If you can't already tell, this is a sort of gothic werewolf vampire society.
I'm liking this. All right. Nice.
That is impressive.
So that was her. Now we get on to mine, and mine is a lot shorter. And obviously, if you're unfamiliar with role playing, I'm generally responding to what she's written. There is a little bit of catch up in terms of the writing. It's not exactly a perfect flow, so I do pardon that.
I will say for the record, I've seen this before. He's in Keo's Discord server, and he's in my Discord server. I don't know if you've talked to him, but Glacey's Frost is... I don't
think I have. No.
Glacey's also very familiar with this sort of roleplay writing style. In fact, I think... I could be wrong, but that might... Okay, that website you linked us in the group chat might actually be the same one that Glacey's uses. I don't know for certain.
This one?
The Shadows of the Apt?
Shadows of the Apt?
Yeah.
No,
I don't...
that is unique to Mr. Adrian.
Okay. Never mind. My bad.
That is his own personal blog where he posts everything related specifically to his stories, his work.
Okay.
But to continue on with my portion, and there will be 2 more portions after this that I will be getting through. This is me writing, and this is my character, Cyric. The imposing figure behind Queen Naraza inclined his head in a nod of respect before moving, almost silently forward. Were it not for the slight scrape of his armor, the entire council chamber would have been deathly silent. Cyric was a wolf of few words, but the few times his queen called on him to do so, those words carried a great and terrible weight. Even the assorted counselors knew to heed carefully. Most puzzling matter, my queen. Softly spoken words echoed throughout the chamber. Hymned as they were by his ancient helm, they still reached every ear clearly. Ambassador Smith leaned forward in his chair a little, unconsciously perhaps. Eyes fixed on the armored behemoth beside the queen. While I have yet to ascertain precisely whom is responsible, an order was given, council seal, instructing our caretakers to begin implementing strict rationing measures for our livestock. I paused. Though his helm remained immobile, one could feel his hungry red eyes pass over them, watching, seeking, hunting. Excess was then distributed to our outlying settlements to increase morale and stem any panic that recent internal issues with our neighbors may cause. Our citizens of less particular palate. This is according to the official copy of the document I've recovered from our scribery, Queen Rasa. Kneeling beside her on one knee, he provided the offending document before writing himself beside her once more. While certainly a prudent measure, it strikes me as premature in execution. There have been a number of unfortunate incidents. The helmet once again moved almost noiselessly in the direction of Councillor Alnwick. Between some of your less refined brethren, O Majesty, and the citizens of Goblin Town. We first ensured the health of our livestock and begun bottling any excess. Such measures could have been beneficial in the long term. As was implemented, however, my opinion is that whatever counselor approved this order is either grossly incompetent or intentionally hostile to our nation's interests, my queen. Wolf Guard is ready to correct the situation at your command, and if you will it, I will continue my investigation into the matter. That the armored figure once again took his spot behind Naraza, inured to the tension his words had created in their wake. And that is Cyric. I will be reading another portion of Naraza and another portion of my own before I conclude. We are now on to Naraza again. Precisely. Thank you, Cyric. That would be for the best. Naraza said simply as she gave Cyric a gentle nod. It said the words that she needed said, and with them proved to the councilman in front of her that even the captain of her wolf guard understood her disposition on such matters. It displeases me that my council would act without considering the consequences that such rationing and living conditions would have. Livestock or not, we need humans. We need the humans alive. Councilman on, pray tell, what do we need from the humans? The councilman looked at her nervously as he answered, "Their blood, your majesty." Rosa clapped her hands together thrice, albeit quite dramatically at that. A large, sarcastic smile spread onto her countenance. "You are oh so very right, councilman. I couldn't have said it better myself. We need their blood." Rosa found herself standing from her seat at the table, at which the council was seated. Her footsteps were light and airy as she made her way to the large window that looked over the capital city of Tilea. The city of Rurea sprawled out before them. It was a beautiful place, one that Naraza had spent nurturing and growing for hundreds of years. To see it all fall would mean her end. He wouldn't let it fall because of imbecilic councilmen. In order to harvest their blood, they need to be healthy. She continued as she turned back to face the councilman. Humans are prone to disease. They are weak and fragile. They die easily, and worst of all, we depend on them. They are our primary source of life. While they may seem small and inconsequential, we will not survive without them. People will not flourish if we catch blood-borne pestilence the humans spread. So I do wonder who thought it was wise to allow them to live in such a way. None of our council dared to speak up. It was irksome, really. It would be much easier if someone would fess up to their decisions, but it was never so easy being the queen, was it? Derek would find their culprit in due time. Now, I would like to play a little game with our feelings. I'll begin. I feel disgusted that my council wants to risk illness in vampire kind in order to cut corners. I, for one, would prefer not to catch diseases from the humans I'm supping on. How would you feel, Cyric, if your dinner was covered in dirt and grime? We are on to Cyric. And again, this is where some of the jank comes in from it being a role play versus proper writing.
All right.
"Will be done, my queen," Cyric bowed in response to Naraza's praise. Though none could see it beneath his helm, a savage rictus grin split across his face as she began dressing down the miserable little leeches who called themselves her council. He hated these pompous, conniving little worms almost as much as she. He knew why she kept them close, however. He had ended enough coups and gutted enough assassins during his time at her side to know that politics was preferable to any other form of conflict. Even so, their constant disrespect towards her grated on him to no end. She rose and moved about the council room, so too did he, like the shadow she couldn't cast. He continued to eye the chambers as he stood, spear in hand, hunting for weaknesses. He could hear their breaths, smell the stolen blood coursing through their long-dead veins, and he could see every expression, every twitch of the lip, every crease of the brow they did not even know they were making. How dare they waste her precious time, he thought angrily. Only the human ambassadors seemed unaware of the danger being in the room Cyric truly was. Still absolutely frightened, he would not have been able to maintain his composure were he able to comprehend completely. At her command, he responded, voice a low growl. "I would be violently displeased, your majesty, and still hungry." Chancellor Almlook avoided looking directly at Cyric, and the other vampires likewise tried to keep their attention elsewhere, mostly on Queen Naraza, as it should be, he thought, burning in his veins. She was truly the queen of queens, a visionary and a leader like none who had ever come before. He loved her in the purest sense of the word. He had given his people a place and a purpose in a world that had long since shunned them, and in doing so given him a place at her side. It was a gift he could not repay, one she gave freely, expecting nothing in return but his loyalty. Esteemed counselor, he nodded, his soft voice immediately dragging their attention back to him. This is not the only matter of state in need of discussion, so I will make plain an ultimatum. He raised a gauntleted fist out before him, palm open to the painted ceiling above. I will continue my investigation, and when I find the miserable little worm hiding among you, her death will neither be quick or dignified. He made sure to place an extra degree of venom on that final word. I will haul you naked down Midden Street, chain you ass up at the center of the capital's main road, But when our day-walking citizens arise to go about their business, they may be greeted to a full moon battling the rising sun. Stunned silence filled the chamber. Even Ambassador Smith seemed uncomfortable. Derek let the insult and the threat sit there for a while before continuing. If you come forward now, I will leave you at the Queen's mercy. That his presence took on an even more sinister tone. Spear no longer just a prop in their eyes, but a weapon, a tool for killing, for hunting. They were now prey. That's where I'm going to leave it off. There is a bit more, but I'm going to save that for another time.
Wow.
Yeah, that, my goodness.
We have not written in quite a while, but I'm still very proud of what we've put out. As far as just that.
And rightly
honestly,
so.
This is the first time I've written in years.
Rightly so on that pride. Wow.
I mean, that was intricately detailed in terms of expression and other bits. My. What one can learn from thoughts like these. I will take a step into the restroom because I have to go. The coffee works through me like a laxative would. But, yeah.
I got you.
Not at all. Gotta do.
Yeah, so I'll be right back.
All right. First of all, okay.
No worries.
That was.
She is very talented.
You both are. That
I'm very proud of her.
That gave me the vibes of. Okay, so I've not watched Game of Thrones, but I've seen clips of it, and it gave me Game of Thrones. Yeah, it gave me Game of Thrones vibes. Like, I love that.
I definitely would say I wanted to do a more politically inclined roleplay. Honestly, I've done a lot of very physical combat heavy roleplays, and those always were very annoying because everybody wanted to be the main character. Everybody was just having this giant Goku off.
Yeah.
And I've always enjoyed more world building and politics and intrigue. So that's kind of the direction that we decided we wanted to go in for this thing that we decided to write together.
Hang on a second.
The basic premise.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Right.
Yeah, I just need to check on something. I'll be right back.
Noise. I'll be here. Feel like Ian Malcolm. Sitting here by myself, talking to myself. As you do.
Hey yo, hello.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, I have returned. Someone
Welcome
has
back.
acquired the internet. Yes.
Internet.
All right, I'm back.
I am indeed back.
And
hey, Haru's back too.
Holy
Okay,
cow! I think I
Ruckus is in chat.
just saw 8 viewers.
Yeah,
Nice.
the moment you and I came back, they all disappeared.
Oh no! Still Lux, I did it harder. I acquired Ethernet. Hey.
Stella, welcome.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say the same thing. Welcome in, Stella.
Alright, so the last one, apart from this particular stream today, and the follow-up to the end times, not really necessarily in that order,
I know what you mean.
is my my particular viewpoint. Now, just some context. This here, I understand that when I start, this takes place with after the main story of like the game Skyrim of the Elder Scrolls, right? Big Elder Scrolls fan that I am, I decided to just play out through Dawnguard in a way that, I mean, a few fans in general would probably see as like what would be descripted and written down. Um, so if you hear me talk about characters and stuff, I basically just kind of like it's all like a niche pish. This derivative work was from a series of shows I saw at the time that were all based on playthroughs. One character is Argyle, the other one is Gaston. Both of those, respectively, is in other just like playthrough series that I can definitely recommend. Got a couple of good guys doing.
I would like those recommendations. You could link me those later. I would appreciate it.
Yeah. So, well, they're just not necessarily like driven out written stories. Mainly, they're just like playthroughs.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. YouTube videos.
Yeah. So they're both relatively really good. Now I'm gonna switch up the name of my particular character from like Slyfer to something Nordic like Bjorn or something like that, because
all right.
Mainly it would probably like defeat the defeat the purpose. Like every time I mention the name Slyfer, it'd probably like throw everybody off. So let's move on from there. All right. First six pages, like I said, is what I'll read here, and let us begin, shall we? This is my derivative work.
Let's go.
From Skyrim. All right. A new adventure begins. Skyrim, a vast land of adventure to anyone who is willing to test their courage. However, there is one who is, along with his brothers, not only tested his courage, but risked his life to save not just Skyrim, but the world. So it's basically talking about how my character is the Dragonborn. He's defeated Alduin, right? And it's not like it's form-fitting to necessarily start like maybe past the point. This was in a line of thinking where it's like everyone knows an origin, but so it's like kind of escapes from that little niche necessarily. This is around the time where I thought about, okay, I do this piece and then I'll explain like I'll do the prequel to this, right? So the man's name, Bjorn, a young Nord, and his new adventure is about to begin. Was stopped by joining him and his brothers outside the Whiterun gates. Well, this is it, said Bjorn. As he checked to make sure he had the right gear, once he was done, he turned his attention to his brothers. Okay, from here we'll separate. Argyle, I want you to remain here in Whiterun with the companions, he said. Argyle did not seem quite happy as he crossed his arms. Are you serious? Why do I have to stay with the companions? He asked in disgust. He didn't like the idea. I know you don't like it, but working with them will get us raw materials. We are running low in some areas. Bjorn said. Then he handed Argyle a list of materials needed. Now, the concept here is he runs a little shop. So Bjorn runs a shop, in which case is selling like wares and arms and stuff. And he's more or less a smithy to a slight degree. Hey there, Scaly Demon.
Hey, welcome in, Scaly Demon.
Welcome.
Leather strips, iron ore, and corundum ore, I suppose, he said, pocketing the list. Okay, Gaston, I need you to take the carriage to Riften and keep an eye on Maven, he said. Gaston didn't seem surprised. You are aware she's the Jarl at Rift, said Gaston. She's only Jarl because of me, and I do not like that. He's talking about how in the story itself, there's this meeting amongst High Hrothgar, amongst many of the leaders in terms of talk about the dragon attacks, and the the Greybeards kind of set it straight. It's like who's gonna run who by the end of the talks. Let's see. Professor said as he handed Gaston a note. Gaston took the note and saw it was addressed to Mule the Lioness. Mule, does she need our assistance? Asked Gaston as he pocketed the note. He nodded. About a week ago, she contacted me and told me that some skooma has been black marketed in and out of Riften. She believes Maven is behind it, said Vigeon, and Gaston nodded. If skooma is being black marketed, the craving will spread. I'll go and provide assistance, said Gaston, and Vigeon smiled. Good. Argyle turned his attentions to Vigeon. And what about you? What are you going to do? He asked. Slyfer stood and... my name. Ugh, excuse me. Words. Vigeon stood thinking for a moment. Now that you mention it, I don't know. I guess I'll go to Solitude. Both Argyle and Gaston looked at him with confusion. Vigeon caught on to this and wanted to explain himself. Word has it that there is an orc is making the citizens uneasy. What about the gods? Asked Gaston. Slyfer... once again, words! I'm sorry. Vigeon shook his head. I've been told he bribed the guards, so I'll go check it out, said Vigeon. Then a thought crossed Argyle's mind. How will you get to Solitude? He asked. I bought a horse about a month ago. With it, I should have a quick and safe trip, Vigeon said, and after a handshake to his brothers, Argyle walked back to the gates, and Vigeon walked to the stables, and Gaston to the carriage. When Gaston paid the carriage driver, Vigeon walked up to him on his horse. Safe travels, he said. Safe travels to you, brother, said Vigeon, as he reared his horse and rode off towards Solitude and Gaston towards Riften. By the time Vigeon arrived at the stables near Solitude, the sun has set and the night has almost fallen. But Vigeon made it through the Solitude gates and headed towards the inn known as the Winking Skiva. Once he entered the inn, he walked towards the counter. Let me get a room, said Vigeon. He paid the innkeeper and walked towards the stairs to the room, then opened the door, looked around. Made for a Thane, said Vigeon as he walked over to the bed and sat on it. Definitely made for a Thane, too comfy. He let out a sigh and got up and walked around to the window. He happened to glance out the window and noticed a child running fearfully amongst the road. Something don't feel right, he says to himself. As he ran out the room, down the stairs, he had completely walked out to a night-fallen sky. Where did that kid go? He questioned himself. Help! Screamed was heard amongst the pathways of the city of Solitude. He turned his head and ran towards the cry for help. It led him towards the Solitude cemetery. I'm coming, hold on, he yelled as he approached the cemetery gates. Once there, a horrible sight met his eyes as he saw a young woman and a small boy cowering in the corner. Vigeon confirmed was a couple of vampires that was dawning in on the two unsuspected victims. Without hesitation, Vigeon ran towards them and jumped, landing in front of them. What the? Said the first vampire as all three of them were taken aback slightly. He turned around to face them. You, take the boy and get out of here. I'll take care of them, Vigeon said as he eyed the vampires. The woman holding the boy in her arms dashed away in response. The three vampires were agitated as they saw their dinner run away. Don't you know it's bad scaring kids like that? Who are you guys anyway? He asked in a sort of taunting tone, trying to muck up the vampires. And wanting to know their names, of course. Well, since you're curious, I'm Mullen, and the two in front of me are Alec and Vala. They were returned recently, you see, and they wanted a meal, he said with a quick smirk, hinting he was the one not only to turn them, but lead them to their victims. It was then that from the shadows an orc was watching the current situation, reading the young Nord's movements and language. He is not scared, he said to himself, as his courage and his well forearms has some glass armor about him. The orc said to himself, Now then, you spoil our meal, and now that makes you the main course, said Mullen, as the three drew their weapons with their right hands and prepared the blood magic in their left. Vampire Chow? Yeah, I think I'll pass, said Bjorn, as he drew his sword and released the stone flesh spell he built up in his left hand unbeknownst to the vampires. And as he drew his sword, he called it about, "Let's go, Firestarter!" The sword suddenly burst into flames as he gained close into an attack Alec straight down the center spine. No, not center spine, center ribs. I'm getting ahead of myself. Alex screamed as he gasped with the last breath. Vola got mad and charged at Bjorn, using her blood magic, but he stepped ahead and twisted to her left and switched his sword to his left hand, proceeding to slicing her head clear off her neck and encasing the body in flames. Afterwards, she has fallen. And there you go.
Nice.
First 6 pages. And
That
that was all just based off of what I knew Skyrim to be. Now, technically, Oak Flesh doesn't really do anything to the user. What it mainly does is it increases the armor rating of your gear. So basically,
Yeah, it's very much a lore versus actual gameplay situation. But in the lore, it's meant to be a more defensive.
It's meant to be a more defensive spell, and there's 4 different levels to this. Ebony Flesh strengthens your armor intensively. Dragon Flesh does that too, but Dragon Flesh is only on for a limited amount of time. So in this case, I'm utilizing both aspects. I'm utilizing what I know about the game and what I know about the lore.
That's good because sometimes you have I don't know if you're familiar with Warhammer 40K. Sometimes in the books and the tabletop, there will be times where the lore and the gameplay do not mesh up. But then sometimes where it does, and sometimes you can kind of pull different areas of different aspects of it to get something that blends really well. And I think that you did a good job of that. I think you did a good job of taking the lore of the Elder Scrolls, then also taking inspiration from obviously the game and blending those in a way that made sense.
Yeah,
that worked.
And I kind of like it too because with how different the games are, because Morrowind different than Oblivion different from
and
Skyrim.
Different than Skyrim, obviously.
Yeah. So it was basically just a context of like what and how it's used. I got a little dramatic there with the sword.
I will say I liked the dramaticness. There are definitely parts where you seemed a little stiff. The writing was a little bit stiff. It could use a little more. Don't feel like you have to necessarily be this very matter of fact. Be flowy, be showy. You know?
Yeah.
Just a little razzle dazzle because I really enjoyed the bits where you were letting yourself off the chain and allowing your creativity to flow. I really liked those. And I think that was wonderful, especially during the sword fight. Some of the back and forth with the vampires. That was beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of came about later in the chapters. It gets a little more of that razzle dazzle. Mind you, this is a work done 8 years ago. This is like a fanfic piece. 8 years.
That's why I'm a little less harsh on it. Believe me, my writing, I first started maybe 10 years ago. Fucking atrocious. I would be embarrassed to show any of that. I'm actually somewhat glad they banned my account. You will never be able to find that stuff ever again.
I mean, like
very different to what I wrote.
I'm gonna be honest.
I like the razzle dazzle. I like that.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like a lot of the same can be said about the the be glad you can't find it thing for a lot of my early stuff because it was just really cringe. It was really bad. A lot of my early stuff from like high school.
I think. Oh, go on. Oh, okay. I think let's try to address this from a more humbled perspective, right? So, in terms of cringy work, I actually can pull something out right now and read a little bit of it, which is far beyond anything.
Hey, Zoe!
Hey, yo!
Zoe! I don't
We were
know
talking about it. This is my sister.
It's just about all of us.
Welcome.
Hey,
Zoe.
welcome in,
How's it
Zoe.
going?
Unfortunately, you did miss the bit where I read off a bit of our role play. People were really impressed. And I'm very proud of you. Obviously.
Yeah, just got done reading my little bit, and welcome in. I want to take this time and talk about our early derivative works. The one piece I did far before the Skyrim bit is actually a Yu-Gi-Oh piece, right? And what's curious about this is I mainly played it from a standpoint of, or I had wrote it from a standpoint of, I had the game Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force 4 and 5 on PSP, okay? And every time I would do a little bit of story bit in this notebook I had, I would write off the duel that I had in game. So every move I did, I wrote that move down, and I was trying to be dramatic with it.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, I was trying to write it down like how it would be in the show. So it's like if I pull a card and I summon a monster, I'm very dramatic with it. It's like I summon
giving it that Yu-Gi-Oh flourish. I like that.
Yes, and that was actually my first completed piece. It tends to rub off me a little bit when I think about it now. But that piece went for the whole notebook. I cover to cover, I filled that notebook with just Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. And each duel I had in game, I wrote it down. Each altercation that like occurred in my mind with these characters, and how my character at the time was heavy like Yu-Gi-Oh based. Struggling with audio processing right now. No, scary demon.
Oh man.
But that I hope we're not too out of that actually. I hope audio is processing better in the coming minutes. But in any case, this piece here, this Skyrim piece, mainly came from the fact that when I started playing the game, it fueled me with much more than I could possibly imagine. Like so much more. I couldn't, because Yu-Gi-Oh was a thought process of like I understood that space. I understood the game. I understood how it all worked and how to be dramatic in that space. But Yu-Gi-Oh's changed so far beyond me now.
It has, and Skyrim, of course, is very, very strong. Fantasy roots has a lot of room for flourish, but also for serious moments. There's a lot of really good stuff in the Elder Scrolls space. So I'm glad that you took inspiration from there. I will say personally, my first Elder Scrolls game was Oblivion. And interestingly enough, I really loved Oblivion because prior to playing it, I had played D&D 3.5 in high school.
Ah, okay.
If you're familiar with D&D 3.5, that is a very more rigid, rules-based, very structured, very numbers-heavy version of D&D. So for me, Oblivion was very much like playing 3.5 D&D.
Oh yeah, no, I
was able to get into it very well. I understood the concept of the min-maxing of going for particular skills, going for a particular build, doing different things. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people really enjoy the more free-form action combat of Skyrim, and I would say that Skyrim as a whole is more accessible. But before Oblivion, for me, it had that level of character building and structure I was already kind of familiar with from past experiences. And so I was able to fall into that right away, and I really loved it way more than I liked Skyrim. I thought Skyrim was too dumbed down for me. I didn't feel like I could really have a unique character all to my own.
I personally agree to that. Because see, they made Skyrim more generalized so that a bigger audience can play it.
Enjoy it. That is true, but I also feel like it lost some of the identity, made Oblivion great. And again, Oblivion, like you mentioned before, very different than Morrowind. Morrowind is actually probably closer to more of like an old action adventure RPG like Gothic.
Actually,
reminds me more of Gothic.
Actually, you wouldn't be far off the mark of making it feel like it's. Because, see, here's the thing: Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. Morrowind, Oblivion is like that niche between Morrowind
It's
and
between
Skyrim.
both.
Because it has the effect of what Morrowind is, but it has some like realistic nuance that Skyrim has. It has
Skyrim does not have realistic.
I think it does to a degree, but that's just my.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, neither.
I would say Oblivion is more of its own thing.
It is kind of, especially when. Well, fun fact: in both Skyrim and in Oblivion, the idea of were creatures, it always fascinated me about the were creatures because
I like them in Morrowind.
Yeah, were tigers was supposed to be a thing in Oblivion. When you get close to the border to
Elsewhere, yeah.
Yeah, were tigers was supposed to appear and you was able to fight them. They didn't add that. In Skyrim, the same thing. They wanted to add werebears farther up into the northern snow, but that did not happen. Instead, when Dawnguard was released, you saw werewolves instead. So yeah.
Actually, they did come out, but it was in the
Dragonborn. It was in Dragonborn.
Dragonborn. There were werebears in Dragonborn, which is really neat. And to be fair, there were werebears in the same expansion for Morrowind that went to the same place. There was a Soulslime expansion in Morrowind.
Yeah.
Blood Moon?
Yeah, it was Blood Moon.
Yeah.
And but Morrowind, when you look at the features of both Morrowind and Oblivion, they're not far off. As a matter of fact, Oblivion is basically it's a little more watered down than what Morrowind was.
Actually, I would say more D&D I would say they are very different. I do not think Morrowind is even remotely close to D&D. Or at least D&D that I'm familiar with. I don't know about first edition or second or AD&D. Oblivion is probably the closest in nature to a tabletop RPG. It is very much like you look at a character sheet for D&D in any edition, you can see where they drew inspiration for Oblivion. Morrowind, I don't know if you're familiar with the Gothic games, but it definitely is leaning into more of that aspect. Let me see if I can pull up a video on Gothic original. There is a very particular brand of game that definitely inspired Morrowind. And actually, that takes me back to, I believe, the first game, Battlespire? Battlespire was the first one, or was that the second?
No. So, technically, the first and second games is Arena and Daggerfall. Battlespire was supposed to be a DLC to...
There was one that I'm trying to recall, and it's keeping my mind, but that one was more inspired by stuff like Eye of the Beholder and dungeon crawlers, like I don't know if you're familiar with Dungeon of Grimrock, stuff like that. It's a more recent one.
Okay. But yeah, no.
Morrowind, they've actually taken a surprisingly very strong. Every game has its kind of own identity, and this is where I would say Morrowind gets most of its identity, whereas Oblivion gets more of its identity from tabletop, like Dungeons and Dragons, Shadowrun, etc. I would say Skyrim actually probably takes most of its inspiration from hack and slash adventure games like Diablo. Personally, it definitely had a more very Diablo feel, specifically maybe like Diablo 3. The very simple but very like it feels good. To go back away from that, I actually want to get back to story stuff, and specifically onto your thing. I do feel like you over-explained a few things, but I like that you took the time to clarify. Because again, not everybody is going to be familiar with Elder Scrolls. Not everybody is going to be familiar with Skyrim. You'd be surprised, but there are people who have never touched Skyrim before.
Me.
Who are not familiar with the deeper lore of Skyrim. So I think that it's good that you do clarify for people. That's one thing that I don't really... It's my short story, the one that I posted in the group chat. You're not going to understand anything unless you read Mr. Adrian's other books that do explain those things. I feel like for certain things, there does need to be some level of explanation to make it more accessible to people. I think you did a good job of handling that. Me, as somebody who was already familiar with Skyrim, it kind of grated a little, but I also understand it. for where you're coming from. Explaining to people who might not know is good. That it's a good thing. It's a good thing, and I think you did it well.
I personally just I needed to want to clarify. Reading further along the tale, you read how, or one would read how, Fjorn, or my made up character at the time, comes across like just he gets basically the notion to going into Riften and being into the Riften area because that's where this like organization in Dawnguard is located at. Yeah. And it just sets off on this adventure, and when talking, I had it like mapped out to get more and more different as it went on, still staying generally close. It was like, to me, to feel like a mod expansion, because in a way where what I was trying to go for in writing, as I remember it vividly now, it was the process of like how you learn how there's this like little small community of vampires, and the reason why there's this small community of vampires is because Fjorn like managed to basically communicate with not communicate with vampires, but he managed to break it down to like able to talk with them,
like a negotiation,
to not see them as monsters. Yeah. And sometimes that doesn't necessarily work. He can identify that
you know what it reminds me of in Fallout 3, the quest at Arafu.
Yeah.
With the people down the metro, the quote unquote vampires. That's what you remind me. It feels like you've meshed the best elements of that quest line with sort of the fantasy and the best elements of Dawnguard. I like that. I like that you combined two very different games, two very different scenarios and circumstances into something that's really cool. I like that.
Because that I like. Sometimes it amazes me how I do some things, because you go further down, there's this like little small community. He's basically built up this community, right? And the reason
he's building a society where vampires can coexist.
Exactly. And not just coexist, trying to cure them. This is the whole main like premise.
And the fact that there is actually a cure in the game that you can find.
Yeah.
Actually, that again, you're taking elements of the game and working it into lore. I like that. That's really good.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of vampires, because you did have something to say about my writing, which is kind of a post scenario of a vampire community forming, along with other fantasy races. I believe werewolves and goblins were mentioned, but there are others.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that? What were your thoughts on the horror? I think you missed most of it.
Okay, see, my brain's a little bit on overload. I'm sorry.
It's fine. There's been a lot going on.
Okay, in particular though, you're asking about the you're asking in particular about like the way that it was. The way that he wrote it, like
your thoughts, your impressions on what Zoe and I wrote earlier, because we did actually not get to the analysis of mine. We kind of skipped over that and went right to Steffen. You got that.
I'm gonna be honest. Okay, you and Zoe's work is awesome. Like I said, it gives me serious like Game of Thrones vibes, and honestly, like the way it was written, it really did feel like it was building up to some suspenseful stuff, not just like an action, like a fight or like battle or anything. It felt like it was building up to some like, honestly, felt like it was building up to something a little bit gory, to be honest, but like not gory in the sense of like horror movie gory, like you'd end up seeing some blood or something. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just liked it. I just loved the way they were written all together, and honestly, like. I still got a lot from what you guys had written, you and Zoe, even though it was obviously not the very beginning of the whole, like, RP story. It was somewhere in the middle.
That was the beginning.
Oh, that was the beginning? Okay. like you still get a lot from it, even though it's not explained outright and in your face. Like that's all I can say. It just came off really awesome. And honestly, the same for yours, Slyfer. Honestly, like, yeah, yours took a little bit of explanation, but it wasn't like, what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't like
overbearing.
Yeah, it wasn't an overbearing, or I think H Bomber guys use the word condescending, referring to like when the audience is explained what's going on instead of like hinted towards what's going on.
There was like, a little bit of exposition.
Yeah, but it was just enough to make it.
It was respectful.
Yeah,
and it was enough for people.
It was just enough to make it interesting. You want to dig into the story a little bit more to learn it. It's not just told all out in your face, front and center. And again, that's both of you guys that have nailed that. Honestly, like you guys have nailed the whole, like, for Slyfer, it's explaining a little bit of the lore of Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, right?
I think, like I said, I think that what you did was perfect because it did explain things just enough. People who may not be familiar with Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls universe, I think that was very good. Personally, for me, I did find it a little bit grating, but that's because I play Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Oblivion inside out every day, almost, like, for years. For me, I don't need the explanation, but for people who don't have it explained or who don't know, I think it was perfect. I think it was just right.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yep, agreed heavily. What I will say about your bit is I can actually agree with Haru. It felt like something was leading to a more suspenseful area, more suspenseful, like...
there is more that I didn't get into, and obviously we haven't finished it yet, but there is more.
Yeah, I expect it if we ever finish. I was reading the comments as Haru was making his bit. But no, yeah, for me, I just... It's come to my attention that when I tend to go about... Because I have with me my Skyrim story. I have my little Fallout chapter, which I wanted to try and make a go of with that as well. And... Again, that was just like 8 years ago, and I have fallen completely out of practice for like the longest period. And so it's just like now coming back to it and just trying to write a whole bit, right? Because I can I know I explained it kind of a little bit in the last stream, and I know you were, I think, there for the later half of that.
I was there for the last half. I did watch the VOD.
Yeah, watched the whole bit, and I just love it, you know. I love trying to create the main focus. I think that what these little podcast sessions will bring to us is trying to get over that block, trying to get over that area where, you know, it tends to just keep us from wanting to create, thinking that we're not as great as we, you know, others may see. Because just this stream alone, we've read our works and we've complimented each other so much. So trying to take that and, you know, sort of like understand, you know, people will like what we do, people won't like what we do. It's an amazing thing. And I believe with I have here Haru's little story bit. And I had considered, I think for a long time now, to try to do lore for his bit as well. He kind of just like throwed the notion to me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. It's just getting around to have the time, like Steffen was talking about. It's like having time to just sit down and do it all. Tends to be a frustrating notion, and we tend to like kind of be upset with ourselves that we can't seem to get to what we want to do effectively. So I think these streams will, or these sessions, these podcast sessions will come about and bring some best out of us in terms of what we try to
Agreed. I feel like the more that we talk and we discuss, the more that we kind of vent our creativity out, I think the better we'll all become.
I will hope that because I actually have me. Let's talk a minute about just the material we have to work from. So I have a lot of fantasy driven stuff. We're talking Lord of the Rings, we're talking light novels, anime stuff. Some decent tropes, some not so decent tropes, but nevertheless they're there. Got some dramatics, got some emotional stuff. You guys with just talking about like space battles and stuff, like I've seen Star Wars and all of that stuff too, Gundam as well, and it's just I think one of the many hurdles that some story writers tend to have is we see this big open sandbox space,
And then not knowing what to do with it, you get overwhelmed.
Yeah, you get overwhelmed. You don't know what to do. You make a piece, and you think, well, this ain't gonna be what what
That's the thing. Are you
close
guys
to.
familiar with the ending of the original Evangelion anime? That whole bit where they talk about there being different dimensions, the importance of limitations. At first, Shinji's he's just floating. There's nothing grounding him. They add a straight line. They add a straight line, and he is now grounded. He is now limited. He's no longer flying freely through the air.
Right.
He is standing. He is walking. But now he has something. He has something grounding him, giving him something to do. They add trees, rocks, other people. There's the importance of limitations in anything that you're doing. That is what breeds creativity. Setting yourself, whether it's a self-imposed limitation or it's a limitation of the medium, those are important because those help ground you and they prevent you from just floating off willy-nilly, completely directionless, having no idea what you're doing. That's something that I actually struggle with in certain video games, even where it's these big open world games. I can do anything, go anywhere. It's just so much to take in all at once.
Yeah.
I don't do anything. I just get off the game because I'm so overwhelmed. I have no idea what I've because there's so much to do.
Same.
I think it's the same with writing. You need to have a clear set of instructions of what you want to achieve. I think that's important.
That's why I say is like when you go about and you write that first chapter, it's that end bit what I was talking about in the last session we did here, is that when you get done with that first page, you get that done with that first chapter, you've already got a set established piece. You already got some establishments.
You've got the direction.
You got a direction. It's just going forth and utilizing that more and more and trying to expand upon that. We sometimes as writers, I feel, and I said this once, I'll say it again. It's got to be a driven home thing. We tend to expand fast, and throwing ideas this at willy-nilly, and not really coming down to a slow, centered,
slow, easy pace where you can take your time and chew on things. That's I don't know to bring back what I was saying earlier. You are right now. There is no deadline. Nobody is on your ass about this stuff. It's okay to slow down. And to bring back the ladder analogy, think about each rung in the ladder. You got the first one. Think about what rung 2 is, what rung 3 is, what rung 4 and 5 and 6 and so forth. You can structure the middle of your story very easily if you think about what you want to achieve, what we're trying to say, and where you want the story to go. So don't treat the middle of your story like it's just some Wild West expanse where there's no direction. You can certainly have direction. I think you just have to be more in the mindset of establishing that direction. And so I would suggest give yourself a couple of prompts, make some little bullet points of where you want the story to go, maybe certain things you want to see in the story, whether that's a sword fight or politicking or romance. Like have an idea of what you want in the story, figure out where you want, how you want to get there, where you feel like the placement should be for what purpose. And then obviously you have your idea of your conclusion and your start, and just see where you can bridge the gap. And here's another thing is don't be too strict, be flexible. If you have an idea of what you want, it ends up turning into something else. If it takes the story in a different direction, you can go with the flow, see where it takes you. Sometimes some of the best stories that I've written, from having a very clear idea, I stick to that, then something kind of takes it in a different way, and it's like, oh, well, now I'm going in this way, and I really like where this went. So again, definitely give yourself some structure, but also be flexible.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed, and honestly, that's very relevant for me, who's writing sci-fi novels. So yeah,
Sci-fi, I would say, is probably one of the more difficult genres to work with, in my personal opinion, because again, you have very different levels of sci-fi. You have hard sci-fi, which is very, very grounded. You have very fanciful sci-fi, soft sci-fi. I think I would I don't know what the exact term is, but I call it soft sci-fi, where it's like Star Trek. The rules are malleable.
that's kind of
you could have weird and wonderful things.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like to lean
and then there's
towards.
stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
And I just think that, again, pacing yourself, giving yourself some time, being flexible, setting goals, what you want to achieve with your story, I think that's important. I think that is valuable to any sort of genre, any sort of writing endeavor.
Honestly, that sort of Star Trek.
I'm sorry that this turned into more of a lecture from me.
It's fine. It's fine. I think we went down a similar route in episode 1, so it's fair. It's fine. That's fine. It's all good, you know. Like, I'm not worried about it. We're just doing this in freeform. There's no
Yeah.
There's
hard structure to
a
it.
little bit of an idea of what we want to do, but where it goes is where it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's the fun of doing these big group sessions.
I will say,
I think more. Oh.
I will say, I think I got 7 votes. 86% wanted me to read some more of Blue Steel Rogue after the work sharing session. So, and the stream's coming up on the 4-hour mark. All right.
Ooh, 4 hours.
So we still on for that?
I'd be like that.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll.
I'm down.
All right.
I think
I might dip, but I'll leave it on in the background, just so that I can focus on getting some time with my significant other.
Okay. Very much appreciated, though. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, it was a pleasure.
Honestly, likewise, I'm looking forward to meeting everyone again. I apologize to poor Steffen. We talked over him so much.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should exercise the mute button every once in a while.
Yeah.
I actually, the later part of his stream on Twitch, I happened to look over it, and he basically, like,
I love the story though.
Hell yeah.
I loved it too, and he loved the fact that we gave him good marks about it. I think we really made his day, despite the fact we talked over him so much. I think we made him happy about how far he came about doing his bit.
Oh, is honestly, I was impressed. I would 100%. If you had told me that he was if you told me he was just a professional, that he wasn't just a jack of all trades, I would completely believe you. That was very high quality work.
He is amazing.
I would wrap that up and take it to a publisher and see if they're interested.
Hell
100%.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
A very high praise for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think though what tends to fall in line about what we can do and expand. See, I have this little node over on my Twitch channel where it's like I'm trying to explore avenues of different areas. This right here is definitely a good thing. And the one thing I want everyone to take away from this in the latter part of the stream, when people see this, probably for months to come, hopefully, is creativity is what really empowers in an individual. And context to be given there, creativity is a means of generally letting yourself loose on a medium that is a big is technically sometimes a big part in everyday life, but also can be a small time in person's lives to sort of regress from the day, kind of fall back and just be yourself in. And do it the right way, of course. I'm not, condoning any, I'm not like, sanctioning anything here. Let's, bring it back to basic terms. But I really feel like this whole session is what can help anyone who watches this up to this point to know that you can write or draw or build or create something that inspires a dream of a world that you want to, because it's like the seed out of SAO. Every art game expanding from one little seed program then being its own denominator. It's just a great way of letting others know, it's like that whatever experience you dealt with, you can write out funny way, dramatic way, emotional way, and down the road, everyone will tend to see that point of just how you express it. So I think this is one way to do that for all of us, because I know I struggle. Yeah, I struggle with writing it every often chance, because it's like not having time to do any of it tends to be a factor, and so we just lose we lose track, we lose focus. But I think a little bit by bit,
It all adds up. I will say this is probably my final piece of advice before we're off for the day. Time is something you make, not something you find.
Hey, that
I took time out of my day. I went to the library after volunteering specifically to write. Those times that I made, time did not just appear, it did not fall into my lap. It was time that I committed to setting aside for myself, to committing to my writing. I think that's something we all have to do, take a little bit more responsibility for, is if we want to write, we can write. There are things we do in our day we can skip. Maybe instead of spending an hour playing a video game or more, take some of that time out and be like, all right, I'm instead going to write in my story. Maybe just set aside some time during the week and be like, I'm going to take this much time. I'm going to commit to it. I can, I don't have to do X, Y, or Z today. I can do this thing. I will do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to write. I'm going to try to write. Here's the thing. If you sit at a desk and at the end of the day, all you come up with is a blank page, it's still something. We're still trying. We're still putting in the effort. And who knows? Some of the ideas that came out of that session that day might inspire the next one. Mm-hmm. So definitely make sure you are making time for yourself, for your writing, because if you don't make the time isn't just going to appear. You have to make the effort. That is my final piece of advice for the day. I will see you all next time. Thanks for having me. Good to meet you all. Thanks for inviting me on, Haru. I look forward to the next one.
Hey, looking forward to the next one. It was a pleasure.
Hopefully see you in my side of things. Any often chance.
Oh, absolutely. Feel free to invite me to whatever. I'm not currently streaming because of the cold weather. But I'm. If you ever just want someone to talk to and hang out with, invite me. I'm pretty much free all the time. Cheers, lads.
Cheers.
And then there was two.
All right. So chat wanted me to read a bit of Blue Steel Rogue before I call the stream. So I think, let's see, I've got either 4 or 5 concurrent viewers. Okay, either 4 or 3. YouTube is giving me conflicting information from the same page, so that's interesting. Yeah. But if you want to stick around, feel free to stick around. I'm going to be reading a bit of Chapter 2 of Blue Steel Rogue. Now, to give any newcomers a bit of an explanation as to what this book is, it's a sci-fi kind of mecha robot novel. It's probably going to be ridiculously long at the end of the day, honestly, but essentially it's about this group of kids that get caught up in this interplanetary war where somebody's trying to pull strings behind the scenes to escalate this little issue of like civilian uprising into a full-blown war just so they can sneak in and claim control of the whole planet. And these 4 kids come along, one of which happens to be basically a princess from that planet in particular, and say, this is wrong, this needs to stop, and all it really takes is one of the kids, this orphaned 16-year-old boy from California on Earth, to look at it and say, I'm going to be the one to take her there, to reach the people she needs to say the right, basically just to deliver this message that this is wrong, this needs to stop. We don't want to take one side or the other. We're not allying with these criminals, but we're also not going to be subject to somebody else's rules if they're not going to follow it themselves. And without getting into the politics, it'll come to light eventually, but Chapter 2 in particular, I read Chapter 1 in the first episode of Writer's Room Ruckus. Still here and looking forward to it. Awesome. I read a bit of Chapter 1. I had to skip a little bit because at the time it was a little bit suggestive, I guess. Just some language between characters. That's no longer in there at the moment, but just going to go ahead and jump to Chapter 2. And Chapter 2 is called Daredevil, so you can imagine what this chapter is going to be about. Well, we'll get there. Big reading time. In San Francisco in the year 2427, there were 2 kinds of people. Those who lived quiet, and those who lived freely. At least, that's what Christopher thought. Most of his life had been spent exploring the only city he had ever known. With that exploration came this realization. As most of the people he had come across were either wild thrill seekers who blazed their own trails, or quiet, simple living locals just drifting along the path. Neither were inherently a bad thing in his eyes, but he certainly knew what he was between the two. Christopher was, without a doubt, a born trailblazer. The boy walked out of the old hangar, the den of his own which had been unpurchased for decades, and took a deep breath of the morning breeze that blew his hair back as he looked out to the western horizon. The hillside platform was always windswept, but today, an early summer day in San Francisco was particularly great, and for a good reason. Today was the day he and his friends would finally finish their big project. He tied his white bandana around his head and pulled his long brown hair down to see if it was good enough to go that way when he flew. He looked at his reflection in a broken mirror as the wind died down for a moment, then grinned. Perfect, he thought. Hey, Christopher, called a deep voice from inside the hangar. Can you give me a hand with this? Christopher quickly walked back into the hangar. The lights were on, shining down onto the fruits of he and his friend's labor. An old Draken Aviation Works XJ-8 Damsel spacecraft. Christopher, Gedry, and Hannah had discovered the sports spacecraft 2 years prior. They were all 16 now, and had scrounged parts to repair the vehicle ever since. The previous day saw them retrieving the last batch of parts they would need to get it off the ground and flying again after at least a century grounded. The craft itself was small, about the size of an F-16 Fighting Falcon from then-ancient militaries. The fuselage was slender like a dart, barely reaching double the width of the cockpit at its widest. The wingspan was at least triple the width, each wing attached about halfway back along the body and fixed to a 30-degree sweep toward the aft section. The fuselage narrowed to a stinger at the tail, giving way to a pair of rudders in a tight V shape, and tail fins that were rather slender. The engines were midway from wing root to wingtip, each with vector nozzles that could pitch up and down to allow the craft to maneuver through ridiculously tight obstacles with relative ease. A few of the plating components were miscolored because they were either new and unpainted or old and faded. Even the entire left rudder was a complete mismatch of colors. A muted gray shade with bright orange trim on the leading edge, while the rest of the craft should have been a very dark purple. Colors made little difference to Christopher. All he wanted out of the craft was its speed. "What's up?" Christopher asked. Gedry was reaching up for the ventral engine maintenance hatch, welder in hand as he worked diligently. "Could you do me a favor and turn down the gas flow a bit?" "Sure thing." Christopher ran to the valve cluster on the hangar wall and turned the one that was in use, tightening it just a little bit. The welding torch's flame became streamlined and sure, and Gedry gave a thumbs up before returning to his work. His Takoran wings flapped eagerly as if to say, "It's almost finished."
Hannah entered the hangar from the back door, a cart full of tools pulled behind her. Her skin was drenched in sweat, a rag to wipe her forehead tucked in the pocket of her high-waisted cargo pants. Her outer shirt was off, exposing her shoulders and stomach to the cool air in the hangar, while her undershirt bore the brunt of dust, soot, and such from the work. She was used to doing manual labor, though. She grew up working on all sorts of equipment in a machine shop. All she needed was to pull her silver hair back up into twin tails and take off her uniform jacket to give her skin some respite. Good grief, she remarked. You'd think the cool weather would give at least a little bit of relief during strenuous labor. Gedry signaled for Christopher to shut off the valve completely. He did so, then approached the other two. He lifted his welding mask and said, "Yeah, well, there won't be any more to do now. She's ready to fly." With a beaming grin, Christopher looked up at the old spacecraft, and he couldn't help but feel his heart racing. "I can't believe we finally finished it," Hannah sighed. Christopher put on his own jacket, dark brown in color and possessing 2 pockets on the chest and 2 on the side. He put the garment on over his white muscle shirt and clambered into the cockpit via ladder. He eased himself into the seat, grabbed the control yokes, and powered the craft up with the flick of a switch. The engines whirred as they charged up. The forward thrusters came alive with a blue glow, and the lift vents on the ventral surfaces of the pods hummed as they pushed against the floor of the hangar to raise the craft. Gedry quickly pulled the boarding ladder away from the craft and wheeled it aside as it began to rise. Christopher quickly put on his flight goggles and grabbed the yokes again, easing the throttle forward to gain a bit of speed. "Can you hear us, Christopher?" Hannah said over the communicator. Christopher chuckled. "Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Whenever you're ready, give it some power and take off." With a deep breath in, Christopher pushed the throttle lever forward, and the damsel rocketed out of the hangar, knocking some tool carts over behind it. The draft nearly took Hannah off her feet. It did do so for Gedry, who, out of sheer excitement, had unfurled his bird-like wings and caught the full force of the draft, smacking into the back wall while grinning like a fool at the raw might of the craft's engines. Christopher was downright giddy. He pulled the damsel up to gain some altitude, then leveled off to fly straight for a while. The clouds were thinning out now, and he could see the entire city below him as he glanced down through the floorboard viewport. His soul was soaring now. "Let's see what this baby can do," he chuckled. He pushed the throttle all the way forward, sending the craft into a lightning-fast barrel roll for one turn, followed by a few seconds of straight flying. "How's she handling?" Hannah asked. "How's she handling? She handles like a dream," replied Christopher gleefully. "I'm going to take her a bit lower and test her out at higher Mach speed." "Christopher, I'm not sure that's such a good idea for you to—" It was too late for Hannah to convince her friend, as Christopher banked around to the left and began descending at a shallow angle. He was going to dive in high above the city. The shuttle Syaru had landed on its assigned platform a few minutes ago, and preparations were made for the ship to be mended following its brush with the enigmatic renegades in high orbit. The pilot and co-pilot stayed on board the ship, intent on keeping a close eye on everything the maintenance crew meant to do to it. Lady Helena emerged from the passenger deck and descended the boarding steps, her 2 bodyguards following close behind. "Mother, wait!" called a young girl as the 3 elders reached the platform surface. Helena and the bodyguards turned around. There, standing at the top of the steps, was a girl with the same cat-like, animalistic ears as Helena, though silver and much smaller, indicating paternal heritage and her youthfulness. She wore a dress like that worn by her mother, an asymmetrical Chinese-esque dress with no sleeves and side slits down the skirt. The differences were in the colors, as the dress was caramel-colored with metallic red decals rather than white and silver. The girl carried a small purse of a matching color scheme, seemingly empty from the outside. "Hurry now, Narai," said Lady Helena, as Narai, the girl, descended down the steps. "We mustn't dawdle about. We may have a bit of time to tour the city, but we still have plenty to think about in that time." Narai let her gaze drop. "I understand, Mother. Even so, would it be possible for me to travel around with Zenvez for a while?" Helena thought to herself for a moment, then nodded to the younger guard, Zenvez. "All right, then," she said to her daughter, "but always stay by his side. I believe you'll have to leave your weapon collapsed and slung behind you. Regardless, always watch her." Zenvez bowed and said, "Rest assured, she'll be safe under my charge." Nobody bothered to look up past the walls of 10 meters height, nor did they bother to listen for a new sound that wasn't quite the same as the whirring of bulk ships' engines. This was partially because there was a lot of that same noise reverberating through the spaceport, and there usually wasn't much to see above the walls that most tourists couldn't be entranced by upon stepping out beyond the gates. That would come back to bite them moments later, as a dark purple blur was poised to swoop in for a flyby along the west side of the port, the waterfront side, at over 400 knots. That purple blur happened to be Christopher's damsel. "Christopher, what the hell are you doing?" Hannah exclaimed, halfway panicking. "You're gonna get yourself killed." Unlike Hannah, however, Gedry was cheering. "Come on, lad, make 'em shudder down there." Pushing hard on the throttle lever, Christopher let out a cry of "Let's fly" as the craft maxed out its airspeed. The blur of a spacecraft rocketed past the spaceport control tower situated on the far north end, whizzing past the port and sending a truly thunderous sonic boom through the bones of every tourist, pilot, flight mechanic, and steward around. Coffee mugs were spilled all over the spaceport grounds and inside the buildings. Tabletop decor and durable window panels shook violently. The draft caused by the Daredevil's maneuver lofted tarps clean off the repair carts they covered. All the while, having not seen so much as a glimpse of the craft before the stunt, the control chief was furiously pounding his fists on his round workstation console, demanding that the other controllers track the craft. Alas, not a single ping was heard, as the damsel was flying too fast for them to get a lock from so far away. Christopher let out a whoop and exclaimed, "Now that's how you fly," as the adrenaline hit him with the force of a space barge. Narai was stunned, not out of fury or confusion, rather out of wonder. "Amazing," she gasped. Christopher hastily returned to the old hangar, landing the damsel gently under the cover of the arched building. The canopy slid forward, and he clambered out as soon as Gedry had rolled the access ladder up to the side of the cockpit. "That was astonishing, lad," complimented Gedry. "Astonishing? More like out of his mind. You realize what kind of trouble you could get us all in if you do that again?" snapped Hannah. "Come on, Hannah, relax," Christopher said nonchalantly as he took off his goggles, helmet, and jacket. "I was flying way too fast for anyone to see more than a metallic purple blur zipping past them. Besides, even if someone saw any details, what are the odds they'll find this place anyway?" Hannah was furious. "You quit being so laid back all the time." She picked up a wing nut that had been cracked in half and lobbed it at Christopher, hitting him in the shoulder as he attempted to kick back and relax after his adrenaline rush. "Hey!" he exclaimed. Gedry chuckled, mildly amused by Christopher's nonchalance and Hannah's seriousness, resulting in yet another adorable bout of bickering. Let's see. Let's see what chat's doing. Nothing in chat, I think.
That was an interesting second chapter.
I mean, I could go on, but it gets into some military stuff.
Yeah, see, I think, not to cut you off, Hart, but I think when you say military stuff, that's like one of the fair few things. I don't understand military all that well, so it's like trying to write a story and have a military army is, yeah.
Well, I say military stuff in the sense of, like, it's nothing, for a while, it's absolutely nothing to do with Christopher or his friends, or even, really, Narai, to be honest. It's just them talking kind of, like, what do we know so far? Who are these guys that attacked us earlier today, kind of thing. It's kind of,
Right, yeah.
I call it intelligence shop talk, in the sense of, like, we need intel, who do we need to go to figure it out, and, like, the guys that know won't even really tell them much. So the guys are kind of left scratching their heads.
Oh, man. I think it's like that's because anytime, I'm hearing you read that and it's like, golly, this sounds really cool. And, like for me, just, I tend to listen a lot and I'm thinking, it's like, yeah. I could probably do something and then don't do it, but I gotta tell you, listening through that was, it felt to me, it was like just like, did you see the beginning of Top Gun Maverick?
I've seen Top Gun numerous times. I've not seen the sequel.
Okay, Maverick played it in a way where that beginning scene of Maverick kind of like familiarized me of this whole scene in my head with what you just read. How, you know, well, I mean, Cruz's character wasn't young per se, but your character here is like, you know, he's enthusiastic, he's wanting to fly, and his buddies and everyone's fixed up this old aircraft, and is like wanting to fly it for the first time. Just that energetic feeling to it. Like, I was picturing it all in my head, and I gotta say, it played out really well. It was very like let loose. It was a cut loose moment.
Yeah.
Having him just fly out there, and go the full speed.
I will say though, there was Top Gun, and there was another movie that maybe a few people have heard of. It was obviously Top Gun was one of them, but then the second movie that I kind of like took a tad bit of inspiration from was Iron Eagle, which if you caught that little nugget, if anybody who watches this knows anything about any, not really historical, but like kind of retro, like 60s, 70s era U.S. military stuff, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, funnily enough, the jet fighter that my dad actually worked on a unit that fitted under the fuselage for it, and that's the comparison point that I used for the damsel in this one, and that was the Iron Eagle kind of focused a little bit on that craft in particular, but there was a race scene. It was like one being a pilot flying, a Cessna, a prop plane, and trying to beat the guy on a Honda motorcycle on the ground. And that was the scene that I took a little bit of inspiration for. Is like, like, you don't really ever get a racing scene of any kind in Top Gun, except for the scene where Maverick's riding in on a motorcycle, and then there's an F-14 landing on the strip to his left. I think I think it's to his left. And those two movies, and particularly those two scenes, were the ones that I had in mind, and I was like, you know what, this works. Let's see how people like it. And honestly, this is the first time I've ever really shown much of Blue Steel Rogue so far to anyone beyond my closest friends on Discord or otherwise. I don't know, like, the fact that eventually it's gonna become more of, like, the whole, like, mecha robot thing. Now, again, the mechs in this, like, fictional universe can transform into, like, fighter sort of modes as well, but, like, Christopher just absolutely loving flying at high speeds altogether, that bleeds throughout the whole story. Like, it's one of those cases where eventually, like, his objectives become very clear in chapters 3 through 7. It's sort of built up. And at the same time, though, like, even though he knows what he's supposed to do, he knows who he's supposed to help and what he's supposed to do and what he has to go through to do so, he still can't help but let his love of the thrill-seeking of climbing into the cockpit of a spacecraft and taking off at like Mach 3 on what would be like Mach 3 on Earth. He can't help but let that cheap thrill, well, not even really cheap thrill, but like, he can't help but let it bleed through. But honestly, this was like, it's been months, almost a year since I finished this particular portion of the novel, in particular, chapters 2 and 3. This is a year in the making, and I've gotten a little bit of work done since then, but I had a little bit of a roadblock. It's getting to the point where, like, again, if you were sitting in a movie theater in front of the silver screen watching it play out on screen, it would be getting to the point at this point where, it's starting to rise a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit tense in the story because, like, it's going to be a little bit of a rush, but basically
Narai is like under huge amount of pressure because she might actually have to speak in front of basically representatives from like almost 100 different planets, whether they're colony worlds or if they were inhabited from the get-go. And essentially she gets confronted by somebody who kind of gives her the willies. Like it's that character type of it's that type of character that you know that they're up to something, but you can't make heads or tails out of like what their motives are.
Get beat on them,
yeah,
read on them, yeah.
You can't really read what their motivation is from the get-go. I will say that there's this line in particular because she's like basically throwing up outside of the meeting hall, and this guy approaches her, and he's like, kid like you with so much pressure on you, I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did without throwing up. And then later he's like, New Avalon's in turmoil right now, as it has been for centuries, and yet suddenly one little girl who wrote a single piece of literature can usher a torrent of cries for independence to remain. So he's kind of, he's just kind of painting a picture of like some of the circumstances surrounding why Narai's on Earth in the first place, because clearly she's not from Earth. And, he's kind of hinting towards his motivations, but he's, and I'm hoping this still comes across, but like, you can't really tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy. You don't know whose side he's on. And it comes to find out, you'll eventually come to find out, spoiler alert, he's not really on anyone's side per se. He's just trying to do what Narai wants to do from the inside. And again, that's the sort of quote unquote politics of it. I'm not gonna spoil anything else because there's a lot that still needs to be done for it, but I'm getting a little bit sleepy, and I've been going for 4.5 hours. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah, no, it's been a long inducing day.
I'm sorry.
I don't know necessarily if I'm ever gonna. No, I may shift some gears and attune to some bits. I know yesterday I did a stream for an hour on Fortnite, believe it or not.
Hey, yo!
Why I streamed that game. Yeah, I barely ever play that game. Don't get too excited.
I mean, that's fine. Fortnite can get a little bit dull at times, but when you party with friends, that's when things get interesting.
Yeah, foundation of what you have, great.
Awesome.
Compliments from Zujin. Yep.
Hey,
I think it's a message for all of us where it's like these stories, we can make brilliant stories. I wholeheartedly believe, after any type of word that was said this stream, that at the end of the day, if we have a story to make, we make the story. If we can do it one step at a time, with just the ever small amount of knowledge we have, something great can come out of the present.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe wholeheartedly that in terms like this, there's a lot that try to stop us. I mean, we oftentimes throw the complaint on time. It's like we don't have enough time here, we don't have enough time there. Zujin made a point to where it's like, you made the time, you make the time. And I've heard that everywhere, and more and more I hear it, the more and more I start to believe it. But I'm not going to counter it, but what I will say is the breath we take does not, how should we say, impact the gears of what we do. Every slow step tends to show us just how far we've come in all that we try to build up for anything in general. I think for your story, Haru, and just as it claims, the ins and outs of industry does not really need to have their hand on us when it comes to our creative minds. We have no means of right now, in terms of this situation, fall into the whims. This again is what Zujin was talking about. So I'm just like, it's starting to hit home a little bit. What I want to end now with is just for all of us to consider months, years, weeks, doesn't matter. We can be creative in a good way. Let's not make it too. I stress this because oftentimes we tend to get carried away, in describing things, which not necessarily anything bad. Just take a step back, look at your piece. But we're all creative. We have a means to create. Just about every day, something influences us that it's like, oh, we can create this thing. We can build this gunpla. We can create this story. So, just take time in what it is you want to create and work hard with it. Work well with it, and it will be something. It will be something.
Oh yeah.
So, thank you, everyone. Again, I loved this little session. Talked about many different things. I even read an 8-year-old piece.
Hey,
Literally. So I don't know what will come about in time to come, but hopefully we just work hard at what we strive to be better. Work hard at what we want to accomplish, and know that we have an understanding of what we have an understanding of what's in the past we try to make better with, in the present what we try to make the moments most out of, and future to see the stars, to try to see the stars. Although sometimes, it's not necessarily promised all the time, but it's there. It's nice to daydream a little bit. So, all right, my friends. Haru, sound off.
Hey, listen, it was amazing having you here. It was amazing having Steffen here, and it was amazing having Confession Code Gaming here chatting with us tonight. I loved it. I mean, 4 hours and 30 minutes, loved it. For sure. I mean, I think this is the longest I've streamed in a long time.
Yeah, a little bit.
And honestly, yeah, like, everything that you said, like, everybody being able to be creative and like, I don't think I can even justify repeating it because, like, you said it best, I am gonna go ahead and wrap up stream, though, because I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, sleepy.
Let's see. Let me do this thing. Okay, right. Need to check chat real quick. Okay. Alright, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream tonight. Very much appreciated. Huge amount of people came to the stream tonight. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's give some shout-outs. Thank you to, of course, Confession Code Gaming, and I'm just Steffen, and Slyfer Yuki. Thank you guys so much. Now, some chat shout-outs. Thank you to Zoe Janice. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Killshot Boss, aka Kitty Senpai, Scary Demon. Thank you to Leaf Yin. Thank you to Stella Lux. Thank you to Hades Belt. Ricardo Pogue, Rock Pogue, I believe is his username on.
I call him Rocky.
Okay, thank you to Rocky then. Let's see. Thank you to Oriflin. Thank you to Ninja Gamer. Thank you to... let's see, who else? I saw another name... Okay, I saw another name mixed in there. I cannot find it. I know for a fact somebody else came in. I saw a username that belonged, I believe, to Ed the Reaper Man.
Ed was there.
Yeah,
Ed.
I thought so. I didn't know for certain who it was, and then I thought about it and I realized, okay, that's Ed the Reaper Man.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Haru, for showing my pieces. That one drawn piece was
Awesome.
over months ago. Matter of fact, it was something I posted in Jay's server. And yeah, it was. I also showed it to Stray and the others, and they loved it.
Hey, it looks amazing.
It does, but like there's still a lot of growth in there that I can do, and for those eyes that everyone, not everyone, but for you in the confession saw, that was just me following along a tutorial. So it's just time, practice, and more practice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we failure should not be seen as something to downgrade. Failure should be seen as something as inspiration. You know, you fall once, but you can get back up. You fall again, you get back up. And what makes it stronger is the fact that friends are around. When you know you have friends in your corner, even if they're not necessarily immediately around you, you can go to them, or they can figure out, you know, what's bothering you, or what's how you know, how they can encourage you to keep going. So it's well endowed great in times like these when everyone's coming together and just, you know, strengthening one another in what we consider is a good thing, and that's writing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
I still can't see where the other chat messages were, but I saw Cirque Crisis, and I'm pretty sure that's Ed the Reaper Man, but if it's not, I apologize. Okay, this I need to keep track of
Them later on today.
Eh?
Well, I don't know if I'll see Ed later on today, but
I'll probably chat with him a little. But anyway, thank you, Slyfer, for joining me. Thank you to I'm Just Steffen and ConfessionCodeGaming as well, and thank you to everyone in chat. If I missed some names, I apologize, and just thank you guys for chatting with me. And if you were lurking, thank you so much for lurking here in stream. I very much appreciate it. Obviously, Christmas is like right around the corner, so I'm probably not going to be streaming.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah. If I stream on a holiday, it'll be on Christmas Day.
Christmas Eve is tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. If I stream, it'll probably be on Christmas Day, like the evening or something. And I might have something different in store. I might have a little gift, not really a gift opening, but kind of a gift showcase for everyone if you'd be interested. Just some cool stuff. Namely, one particular thing that I actually want to, this might give the jig up, but put together on stream. Hello? It says no data. That's interesting. Basically, there's something I want to put together on camera on stream, and I've got a desk camera for it, so I could actually pull it off. But in the meantime, all you wonderful people out there, remember to stay cool, stay rockin', and I, Slyfer, Steffen, Confession, and all the rest of the crew